Hello and welcome back. It's been a nice little break for us, and we're now going to be back with another match, and probably the match I'm most eagerly anticipating. It's the match between Russia and Hungary. And I say I'm eagerly anticipating because Russia are one of the main favourites and they've got so many superstars. I'm not saying Hungary don't, but Russia really have the top elite players. And it's always a joy to see the likes of Nepo play and, all the others, Zubov, this very imaginative and talented player. So we're going to get to those games very shortly. We'll give you an update on the proceedings of India versus Armenia when we get a chance. But let's just move on to some positivity, shall we now, Jovanka? Let's see some good chess.
Let's have a look at the chess. I'm really excited to see what they have come up with. So
Definitely.
the first game is, of course, Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, so
Edos. This one I'm excited about because Victor Edos has a reputation for being an incredibly solid player.
he is. He's a very solid player, but Nepo's Nepo. I mean, Nepo is sort of leading the candidates at the moment, one of the strongest players in the world and a future world champion, a lot of people have said. So it's going to be a really tough match for Hungary. There's no doubt about that at all. They're up against it. Anyone who plays Russia is up against it. Having black against Nepo, I would be slightly scared. So we have a bishop b4 checks Sicilian. And after pawn takes d4, queen takes, a6, bishop has captured on d7. And this is a fairly standard line where white gains a space advantage in the center of the board, but black gains the two bishops and is quite solid. Now, queen takes is a bit of a peculiar move. It looks much more natural to bring the bishop out. So my theory on this move is not so good. So that's already a surprise for me, Jovanka, that move, queen takes d7.
Yeah, no, I think I've seen bishop takes d7, and I've even seen white castle on some occasions. Castle queenside, sorry.
Yeah, black can often do this. But queen takes just looks really weird because you're not developing your piece. You're putting your queen on a weird square. The only logical thing I think is that the bishop wants to come to b7, but one of the dangers with this kind of setup that black has, and the open Sicilian in general, black positionally can claim to be better because more central pawns, but black often gets a long way behind in development. And this is not helping that cause. Must be theory. We will come back to it, Jovanka. Let's go through the board, shall we?
Yep, let's have a look at Dubov. This is Benjamin Glidura against Daniil Dubov.
So Benjamin Glidura is quite a young player, a very talented player, but Dubov, I think it's fair to say, one of the most creative talents around at this moment in time in the world. He comes up with some great ideas, doesn't he, Jovanka? I'm just going to blast through the moves. Yeah.
I like this kind of philosophy in life that, no one was playing in a style that he particularly liked or could emulate. So he decided, fine, just gonna create my own style myself. So I kind of like that, this originality.
He's a very unique character, Dubov, and he does come up with some of the best opening ideas. This is why he worked for Magnus Carlsen as his second during the World Championships and stuff in previous occasions. But surely he's a contender himself to be world champion. And it is nice, if you don't like anyone else's style, you create your own. A bit like Bruce Lee. Is he the Bruce Lee of chess then, Dubov?
Yeah, maybe.
Little Bruce Lee of chess. So they have a Catalan where Dubov's grabbed the pawn on c4. So he's going reasonably sharp line, and b5 holds onto that pawn, but you're opening up the bishop on g2. Now, b3 is the sacrifice we've seen, if you were with our commentary yesterday, quite a common idea. Point being, you get a lot of play on these files. c6, rook to f1. Here comes that pressure, positional pressure, bishop b7, and now queen b2. I guess to step out the way of any a4 moves. And White's idea of the compensation now is that he's defending d4 as well, and he can go knight e5. He has these nice squares, Jovanka, kind of a typical pawn sack.
Yeah, it's a very standard pawn sack. You get a lot of harmony for your pawn. Like you say, I love this knight e5 idea. Of course, obviously not now because you don't want to be occupying the square with a pawn. And I also quite like this c5 square. This bishop on b7 doesn't make a great impression. And okay, yeah, I like this idea of knight e1 just to go knight d3. Gladura is, of course, a positional player. He's he likes his Catalans and his positional pressure. I do remember that he actually defeated Vichy Anand in Gibraltar actually in one year that we were commentating. So Gladura is capable of a lot of upsets.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's a great player, and he's, I mean, still quite young and improving. This kind of position, I think, will, I don't know, I was going to say suit him more. Zubov likes dynamic positions, but Zubov, great player, can play all sorts of positions. Here, a little bit on the defensive. There is a threat to win the pawn back, and White's just going to try to dominate mainly the c5 square, so bring the knights around to take complete control of c5. But we'll move on to the next board now, Jovanka, and this one, well, I have to say, the player from Hungary is playing quite possibly the best first move available, f5. I don't think Jovanka will agree with that, but we can agree to disagree.
I think the white player, I think Goreshkina played the best move available. I think
knight c3.
Or Hang Tang Trang didn't quite play the best move. I think she will come to regret playing that move, and she'll perhaps.
You've been far too harsh on my friendly f pawn. I mean, it's you know, okay. A lot of people hate the Dutch, and that's not the nation. Big's gone now, but no, it's actually the opening, and it's a very dynamic way to play. And I know that the player from Hungary has played the Dutch for a number of years, but we'll see what happens. Knight c3.
No, I mean, this is her main repertoire. So knight c3.
It is. Threatening e4, and you don't want to allow that to happen. So you try to control that square, develop. Bishop g5. Ideas are taking that piece off and going e4. So black controls the e4 square, but gives a major hole on e5. e3, e6, knight to f3, bishop e7, bishop d3. And now both sides castle. And here, I've always thought quite a good way to play is like a6 and c5, or c5 straight away. Knight to e4, I'm not sure I like, because in these structures where you've got a big hole, you kind of need your dark square bishop to control that. So I think positionally speaking, this exchange helps white in the long run. Knight e2, c5, and now a typical way to meet this c4. And after exchange on c4, the current position, Jovanka. Has it gone that badly wrong?
Yes.
Do you want to think about that a little bit?
It doesn't look great. I mean, okay, I understand I'm exaggerating just because I'm not a big fan of the Dutch, but I just think black's position would be great if you could put that pawn back. I just don't like this big square. I mean, you've given. I mean, Goreshkina is a very positional player. She's aggressive, but you know, she understands squares, and I just think it's unnecessary to give the e5 square like that.
I'm gonna have to slightly agree with you in some of the things you say. I'm not gonna agree that the Dutch is bad opening, because that would just be wrong. We should have a challenge match in the Dutch one day. Wink, wink.
Yeah. You know I'm gonna lose. You know, I remember once of going on this whole spiel how I hate, the Dutch was easy to beat, blah 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 blah. And guess what? Someone played the Dutch against me, and they thrashed me.
It has a time and place occasionally. I mean, any opening can be okay, can't it? Yeah. And the funny thing about this move, I really do see what you're saying. This position, it creates this hole here, which you can't cover with f6. And it was Yusupov, who's a fantastic player, originally from Soviet Union, trained in their traditional way of playing, and became a very famous trainer. And he talks about the Dutch defense. It's a famous story. And he basically said, well, the one problem with the Dutch is often the best move is f5 to f7. So, for example, if black can now go pawn back to f7, it might be okay. Yeah. So that's what he said. But I think white's nicely developed, and white is now playing very sensible moves, slightly better for white. I'm going to agree with you. I wouldn't play it in this way if I was black. I wouldn't exchange that bishop off. But we'll come back and see it later.
No, I like to Goreshkina c4. So let's move down to board 4.
We have another 4 knights here. So this is Gara versus Kostenyuk. And Alexandra, fantastic player, does a lot of stuff streaming. Chess.com, always plays Title Tuesday, being Women's World Champion. This is a hard game for Garo, isn't it, with the white
Yeah.
pieces. This is going to be a real struggle, and I'm sure Russia will be trying to notch up a point on this board. This is an
Yeah, you know,
opening.
Kosteniuk is a very dangerous player. She has an aggressive opening repertoire. I've seen Kosteniuk play some amazing chess. I've also seen she can be slightly erratic. I've seen some tournaments where she hasn't done very well. So she does have those swings. And just to kind of point out that she did very well in the top division, but she did lose a game unexpectedly to a team that you would have thought she would have beaten. It wasn't one of the top teams. It was one of the teams from Africa. I'm thinking Egypt, not quite sure, or
Yeah.
Morocco, I'm not sure. But yeah, so she is capable of having some downward swings.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with a lot of creative and aggressive players. They tend to have more ups and downs than other players, because they're risking things occasionally. And when you're playing weaker players, maybe you shouldn't risk as much as you would do normally. The current position we're reaching after bishop h4, it seems a standard structure you get here. And Jovanka, we even talked about this yesterday, Aronian destroyed his opponent from Greece with the pretty much same position, by suddenly using these pawns to come through the middle of the board. And at the moment, there is ideas of d4 coming up.
Yeah.
Kosteniuk really doesn't have any problems in this position whatsoever. The opening's gone okay for her. I would say. You agree, Jovanka?
Yeah, I agree. I like Black's position in general. I mean, I really adore having the center, the pawn center, that is. So I don't see any problems with the black pieces at all. Because what I'm looking out in these kind of positions, in these snap assessments, is I'm looking at how easy it is for one side to come up with a plan. I'm also looking at whether one side has good development. And of course, if there's any danger in the position. I don't see those things for black.
No, it looks okay. So now we're going to go down to the next board, where we have Esipienko against Adam Kozak. And I guess this is the junior board.
Yes.
Again, when you're under 20 and you're already 2,600, you've got a lot of talent. You're going places. Esipienko, very dangerous player. He beat Sergei Karyakin in a beautiful game in a Blitz World Championships, which I can remember. He's got the advantage of the white pieces here. So again, we're going to go through the opening quickly, which is what we call a trendy Rogozin position, where both sides are pinning each other in different ways. And Black's main counterplay is this c5 move. Black tries to get active. The queen on c2 is stopping the bishop coming to that natural square. White develops and now puts the bishop on f5. And we have more exchanges occur. The queen nibbles the pawn on c3, defended, and now knight to e4, trying to increase a little bit of pressure there in the position. And I suppose the big question here, Jovanka, is does Esipienko have to defend c3, or can he just get on with it and castle? I would probably castle without thinking here, even if taking the pawn was worrying. You don't want to go passive.
Don't think he needs to worry about taking the pawn. I would definitely focus on development and harmony. So, because the thing is, Black does have a weak d5 pawn. So after castles, just to kind of say something, yeah. Knight takes c3 doesn't quite work because of knight takes c3, and then you queen takes, and then you have queen takes d5. So there is that issue. I did wonder whether Black could displace the queen. So instead of taking on c3, perhaps throw in some kind of g6s.
I mean, g6 is one of those moves you have to be so careful about playing, isn't it?
I know.
Moving a pawn in front of your king, and
I know,
all of
and
a
it's just
sudden,
based on cheap traps as well. Because after queen f3, I'm kind of hoping knight d2 is
oh, it's always. I mean, it's nice to set up these little traps, but no one should get carried away with them. I mean,
it might not even be very good either, because
even here you could get mated. I mean, like queen
exactly.
h3, knight takes it. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't quite work, but. I guess if castle's g6, I put my queen immediately on h3, which has a little bit of pressure against this square.
Exactly. I know. I mean, I wasn't entirely being serious, but I just kind of wanted to say that g6 is.
This has happened.
As Black.
It's happened. It's happened, Jovanka. It's happened.
No.
Yeah, g6 is. Yeah, it's happened. You're thinking You're thinking like a young superstar. who-
I'm thinking in terms
hoping
of
for knight d2. So, which Esipienko very, amazingly he
cleverly
missed that.
avoided with
He
queen
did.
h3. No, I mean I was a bit careful about playing queen g6 because of the weakening of the dark squares. But okay.
Yes, yeah, you do have to be careful. This kind of structure. I mean, again, whenever anyone out there, if you're at home, you're trying to improve your chess, you're watching this, you're wondering, you've really got to look at the structures and pieces. That's what chess is about. So, look at the pawn structure. What both sides trying to do, long run, middle game, ending, and where do your pieces want to go. And here, the thing that Black often tries to do, he has this majority of pawns, 3 pawns versus 2. And if you can get this pawn motoring, he's going to create a very strong pass pawn. You can imagine that one coming to b4, you capture it, and that c pawn's really good. Now, white doesn't have as dangerous pawns, but the black king is a target, and white can try to either break with e4 or start coming up the board, just go for the king, f4, f5, bang, bang, bang. So it's going to be an interesting game, this one, I feel.
Did you know, I've spoken on earlier streams about the Armenian school of chess, and then of course the Soviet school of chess. But did you know there's a Hungarian school of chess? Do you know how that one works out?
So when we say school of chess, we mean every country's got their kind of individual style.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so what's the
I wasn't
Hungarian?
even aware that this even
No.
existed until I was on a bus with Peter Leko, and he was laughing and telling me about the Hungarian school of chess, which
Okay.
is they have their openings all worked out very nicely. So, if after move 22, everyone has played the correct move, regardless of your rating, it will be a draw because you know what to do. Your opponent played everything perfectly. However, if you make a mistake in the opening, even in your 2700, doesn't matter. The 2200 Hungarian will play on. That's the Hungarian school of chess.
Oh, good. You sure that's not just the Lico school of chess? I mean, that sounds.
No,
I mean,
he told me I have it on his. He was actually a great storyteller. So
he is. He's a fantastic player, fantastic commentator, storyteller, and what I think about that is him and Judith Polgar. Judith Polgar, incredible player, and she was such an aggressive player. She's quite the opposite to Peter Lico in a way. Peter Lico very correct. Judith, absolute firecracker over the board. So it's interesting to compare their sort of styles. The last board, in now is, I believe, the women's under 20 board. We'll go through the moves at speed, and Hungary with the white pieces. This might be a board that Hungary are going to try. I suppose before the match, the captain will be thinking subconsciously or consciously, which boards am I kind of relying on getting a point on? Because some of the pairings are like, oh dear, that's going to be tough. Some of them are like, oh, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
And potentially this is one board where, I would, I'm not saying anything about the Russian player, but you might hope white pieces could get a point on this one.
Well, it looks like that because of the Chess.com ratings, but I think Polina is one of the strongest junior players in the world. So,
sure. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I mean, I think on every board, Hungary are outrated. I mean, Elo-wise, it's just such a strong Russian squad. But they got this far. E4, interesting position, Jovanka, though, yeah? I mean, this is a fight with black going through the center, and white has made quite a lot of progress over here. Got a nice knight here. It's like a reverse Benoni, and black's just gone for this sacrifice. So black's sacrificing this pawn, maybe to rely on the D pawn, causing a lot of trouble. But I don't know. I feel that black's not particularly well positioned to start sacrificing. Normally in these positions, you'd have much more activity. White. So I don't know. At this point, this looks a little bit premature to me.
I mean, in terms of like this bishop on c8, I would rather that it were out there supporting this push. So I agree with you. It does look a little bit premature.
And white has just grabbed that pawn. So is black's idea, normally this sacrifice, and this is a very common idea, you get this the other kind of around, you want to often start an attack with like f4 in this position, and you want to get your queen over here and just start using. But the problem with playing f4 is, this is just the positional idea, it might not work in this structure, is the e4 square is beautiful, and white has this square for the rest of the game. So the reason you play e4 first is after takes, you often play f4
Yeah.
to not give that square and to try and open attack. This didn't happen, Jovanka, by the way. d3 was played, maybe with ideas knight d4. Is it going to work? Who knows?
Yeah, it was going to be an interesting question.
Breaking news. I think a lot of you have already gathered this in the chat, but now we are allowed to announce it. Breaking rather sad news. And we have the appeal that Armenia placed. They lost the first round of the 2-game match against India because one of their players was disconnected. They appealed about the disconnection, saying it wasn't necessarily their fault. I think the appeal was rejected. And rather than playing the second leg of that match against India, they decided to withdraw. They have withdrawn from the whole competition. Now, I don't know that that's ever happened before, that a team has actually withdrawn from Olympiad because a decision went against them. You can see now on the screen that India have progressed. So India have gone through to the semi-finals. You can't blame, it's nothing to do with India, nothing to do with anyone else. It's just a very unfortunate situation, Jovanka, because stuff happens on the internet.
It's quite devastating in terms of chess, because the Armenia is a great country. You know, I really, and you don't want to, if they had been knocked out, fine, but I just,
I agree.
Yeah, I kind of hope for something more. I mean, I would rather that they played the second game and seeing how it happened, because we did see, like in Hungary against Germany, that the Germans managed to win the second match, and just
very
let
sad.
chess do talking. So
I totally agree. I mean, we had Lev on the show yesterday after his win and Armenia progressing. You can watch that interview somewhere. Look on Chess.com, and he was basically saying how much it means to the Armenian, how proud they are of their chess heritage, and this is a big event for them. You know, they've won the Olympiad before. It's massive for them. The nation's behind them, so it's going to be heartbreaking for Armenia to feel that they need to withdraw from the competition as well. So it's very sad, kind of sad news that it's ended that way. But you know, it's the decision that they've made. So you know,
I entirely from a chess point of view. Can we check out the game in Nepomniachtchi against Eros, because I'm having a quick glance at it and it looks like we might be in for a very, very quick result, actually.
Okay, so we're whizzing through the moves, and both sides playing kind of normal looking moves now. Black seems to be moving that queen a lot, but okay. Now the knight takes that square. The rook has to lose tempo. Now, very nice move here. C5.
C5, yes. It's a natural breakthrough, isn't it? I think perhaps maybe it was missed.
I think so. This move is really strong, Jovanka, isn't it? And I agree, it may well be missed, because you generally you have to take a pawn like that, but after d6 you resign, I feel. I mean, rook to d7, is this then queen f5?
No, I don't think that's a problem. Queen f5.
Yeah, g6.
Yeah, and then queen takes e5.
And everything is on pre.
Everything is hanging.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a shocker, c5, and you can't take that pawn, but that pawn's a big pawn. When I say you can't take it, Black felt he had to take it with the rook, and you can see Nepo on the camera. Very nice gaming chair he has there. Very funky. Very funky gaming chair. I like it. I might have to get myself one of them. And now, well, of course, Black is the exchange down, but not just the exchange down. Look at that move. Rook to c8. And after bishop d8, more tactics. Knight takes e5. And Nepo is as sharp as anything. You have to take this one and pray. And the point is, you have no choice. You can't, you just have to, okay, I might lose, but I'm going to take it. The queen comes in, and now,
queen takes e5. King to d7.
Okay, I love this next move. This is a question for the audience. What did Nepo now play? The next move is pretty fantastic, yeah? I don't know if it works, but it just looks fantastic. I'm assuming it does work. And the next move is, anyone see it? in the chat. What would you play if you're white here? Would you take the rook when black takes your rook? Or is there something better? Rook to c6. Oh, you must have enjoyed playing that one.
Yeah, it's a nice move, isn't it?
It is. And after pawn takes, the point now is you take here with check. The king can't take this one because you lose your queen.
Yeah. And not only that, your rook is still hanging on h8.
Everything's dropping. You have to go back. And now after queen takes h8, you can't take the pawn on c6 because of d8. Yeah. So knight to f4 and now queen to e8. And the idea is just to go queen d7 check and then take on d8. So for example, h5, we go check, push the king away, take the bishop, win the game. And I think, yeah, this is over. This is going to be a win.
Yeah, it will be a win for white. I'm just trying to see the way forward after knight e6.
So knight to e6.
I mean, is it? Wow, you mean at the very least you can even go queen takes f7 and just
start munching.
Just start munching on something.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's ways. So shall we have a look? So it's going to look like a win for Russia on board 1.
Okay, well, by the way, we'll just show one more move. b4 was played, Jovanka. Just very black is paralyzed, and white's just going to, slowly come up the board. This can't really be taken because black's losing control. Yeah, we can move on, definitely.
Yeah, let's move on to Gladura against Dubov. So Gladura is a very strong, young, and solid player. He likes his positional pressure. So let's have a look at the position. And Dubov, of course, is one of chess's creatives.
Indeed. This is where we are. White's pawn up, first thing we can say. But black has used Harry to the maximum and slam dunked it into h3. That's got to be worth at least a rook. Maybe a little exaggeration, but...
it wishes. Okay.
It wishes. It wants to become a queen, but it can't quite yet.
No.
Does black have enough compensation for the pawn? Because if white can capture the h-pawn, I would say no. This knight on d4 is absolutely stunning because you cannot get rid of that knight. The knight controls a lot of squares, stops a rook coming in, controls f3 or something. It's a really good knight. So does black have the compensation? Jovanka, rook c3 played.
Yeah, so just to kind of confirm, Ian Nepomniachtchi did in fact defeat Victor Eros.
Yeah, smooth.
Smooth. Yeah, I do wonder here in this position whether a4 is something to, or maybe a4 is.
Let's have a look. So a4 here.
Yeah, maybe a4 is just too computer-like.
Well, if you can play like a computer, you should. It's always good to play like a computer. A4.
Yeah, just also play simple chess.
Is there a simple way of doing this? What's wrong with taking the pawn? What am I missing? Show me.
Let's take the pawn. Okay.
I want to take the pawn. I see a pawn. I take a pawn. And now is the idea that black takes it and goes queen e4?
That would be what I would guess.
So I want to take with a queen because if I get the queens off, I'm completely winning the white. But now queen e4 is quite annoying. Maybe. Computer says no.
Computers are never impressed.
Oh, we have this one. King h. Oh, no, we don't.
No.
I was going to say queen b1. But then you
can probably retreat all the way back to f1, actually.
Yeah. Can you see a good move here for black? Boom. Oof. That'd be embarrassing. And then obviously queen takes g2.
Yes.
Okay. So sorry. After but he hasn't played this. He's just gone rook e1, and maybe we'll stick with the game, Jovanka. What do you reckon? And now knight to g4, and Dubov's doing Dubov stuff, isn't he? He's getting ready to sacrifice something somewhere on one of these two squares.
Mm-hmm.
Dangerous to face this in a quicker time. Oh, look at the time. Is that 45 seconds?
Time. It's 45 seconds for Dubov.
By the way, Jovanka, there's another result. Russia have gone another point up with the chess queen Kostenyak winning in nice style. I want to just show a couple of moves here because it's very nice how this occurred. Obviously, Alexandra's winning here, and soon, look at that move. Lovely move. d4, opening up the bishop, and look at those pieces. Stunning pieces. Okay, sorry. We go back to Zubov's game now. 2-0 to Russia already. Not looking good for Hungary. Knight G4 played in this position.
Yeah.
Okay. It's complicated, this one. I mean, I would be quite scared with both colors, because if I was black, I'd be worried that I'm just going to lose all my pawns. But if I was white, I'd be keeping a close eye out for all of these moves. The question always remains, can you take on b5? And the time is critical as well.
Yeah, the time is very critical. I mean, they do
Yeah.
say it's easier to attack than defend, but still, the time worries me because you do have to be slightly precise here.
Right, we'll move on. Now, this is the
Yeah.
one where
The Dutch. Goryachkina against Huang Tran, yes.
And the Dutch wasn't looking so great here. Lots of exchanges occurring though.
But
Bishop
black
takes
is surviving.
d5. Black is surviving. That's right. This knight though is dominating the board. It's a bit like Zubov's knight, which was on the same square. Remember, Zubov had his knight on this square.
Yeah.
If you get your knight to a central square, it's generally very strong. And now the knight is keeping its control in the center of the board. I'd rather be white here.
Yeah, undoubtedly. You know, the knights love posts, and I can just see the knight coming to e5, and it's a difficult position. I'm just looking at the clock times as well. Black is slightly down on the clock.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was expecting knight to e5, but okay, knight to d4.
Such a lovely square, isn't it? I mean, it stops black ever coming into the position. The bishop is useless now. This actual advance maybe has made black's position worse, because black would like to at least get that piece doing something on a4.
Yeah.
And now you've actually moved your pawn. Advancing your pawn's not always good, and you're blocking the bishop. So if you just compare minor pieces, it's looking, I would say, really horrible. Really.
And now
horrible
I'm looking out for tactical ideas. Actually, I'm looking out for things like I can see that if I get my queen to d4, I would pick up this bishop.
Right.
Queen d4 check, yeah. And so I was just looking for any tactical shots. I don't think there is anything, because this queen b6.
Well, can you go knight e6 here? You could go knight. Just thinking of tactical ideas. This one, with the idea of winning the rook, is something considering. In the game, b3 happened. The bishop now has to move to bad square, because if it was taken, very quickly show what could have occurred here. Well, it's the same tactic. Just simply take here, and this queen d4 forking. And this is the problem. This bishop is terrible. White's going to win this game. White's pushing black back, and the knight is a winning piece. This is a case of good knight versus bad bishop. Often the bishop can dominate the knight, but this is certainly, you want the knight here. You want the knight. It's not looking good, is it, for Hungary?
No,
Jovanka?
It's not looking. Russia putting in a very powerful performance. Let's have a look at Esipenko and Polina Shivalova,
which has ended in a draw.
Okay, ended in a draw. Okay, so there's been other results. So 2.5 half.
2.5 half to Russia. They only need one more point to win.
That's it. And you have to remember, you have to remind everyone that, especially for those who've just joined it, it's match points that are important, not game points. Game points are irrelevant. You can win 6-0 or 3.5 and 2.5. That doesn't matter. What matters is the match point.
Yeah, and let's look at this one board here. Is there any hope for Hungary getting a result somewhere? They're a pawn up in this game, but black has the two bishops. This is even not looking that amazing for white. Russia are really good, aren't they? They've been very impressive here, very clinical. They outgrade Hungary on every board, but I would go as far to say now that Russia are probably the favourites. I mean, again, I haven't looked at rating. This is just my opinion. You've got USA playing. That's going to be very interesting. Always going to be a strong team. You've got Ukraine in the competition, India. I mean, there's lots of good teams, but Russia are
very impressive. I mean,
very impressive. Yeah.
But I mean, what I like about this event, again, like I've said many times, it's just, 2 men, 2 women, 2 juniors. So you've got to have different types of strength. Because traditionally in these Olympiads, it's always been 4 4 men and 1 reserve, or 4 women and 1 reserve. And so there's like a strength in depth. Here it's kind of, you just have to be able to have 2 good players, 2 or 3 good players. And yeah, makes things a lot more unpredictable.
Yeah, the time situation is not favouring the player of Hungary either.
No.
With only 12 seconds left at this moment in time. So
No.
is there any hope? So
what about the 12th game? Because if I felt that Hungary could win something, it would be against, oh, okay, well, now that's ended in a draw.
Let's see how it did finish, Jovanka. So it's complex position, and White now decided to take on b5, which is a move you'd first look at. And in actual fact, Zubov decides to go for the ending because of the pressure that he's got against White's position. Rook f1, and after f6, I'll be very scared to play this as black, but black is tying White down to the defense. a4, g5, e4, and now king g7. And I suppose the point is here, black's just saying you can't make progress. If you go a5, maybe I'll grab it. Your back rank is very weak because of the h-pawn. And after knight d6, knight rook a2, knight to f5, they agreed a draw, which is good. I mean, in a sense of the match result, another good result for Russia.
Yeah, so, another good. So they have Russia have 3 points, right? 3 points to Hungary, 1 point. So Hungary really needs to win the remaining games.
Both games, yeah.
And that's not going to happen.
Let's say you're playing in this position, and Jovanka, and you know that you need a draw to put the team through, but obviously you want to win. Do you offer a draw here as White when you know you're doing well, but you avoid any potential blunders, or do you just not care and play for the win? What would you do?
Well, the problem is that there's not so much time here. I mean, they're playing with 15 seconds, and if I only had 15 seconds on the clock, I really wouldn't be thinking about the match result. Probably, I would just be thinking about surviving and just playing moves.
Yeah. And if your opponent offered you a draw and you knew the match result,
yeah, then if I knew the match result, I would probably take it. Yeah, for the team. If it's you do what's best for the team. So I mean, it's the same goes, when you're playing in a team competition and you get given 7 blacks. Okay, you just take it. 7 blacks and 2 whites, whatever. You're playing a team competition. Do what needs to be done.
And the more moves that have been played here as well, the harder it is actually to go for a draw, because your position is just so good.
So good, right?
It's so good, you can't really take a draw.
Yeah, I don't think black would be offering a draw. I think that's the thing.
Yeah. I mean, I once offered a draw against Harriet Hunt just to qualify for next round of the knockout when I was like +5. I just thought, come on, I'll just have a draw and we'll try to go through. But this is obviously just winning. It's just about the knight, the whole thing. And there was a lovely little maneuver. I'd just like to go back to that point, which I thought was actually very clever. The Dutch did not work well. Obviously, White's going to win this one. And this was a nice positional point in the game. Where black tried e5. So we go back here, and if I can find it, sorry, where White's got this fantastic knight, and after e5, which black's trying to do something, a really nice maneuver, White just makes that pawn move again, and whatever happens, the knight is going to pop back to its great square, and it just pops back now, and this wins the game. It's just that knight, it wins the whole game. So positionally, very, very clever. White's winning. We'll have a look at the other game going on. Black is also now winning here. So is black winning here? Is it, whose move is it?
Yeah. There's
black's winning. Yeah,
black's winning. Somehow or other, White has lost a piece.
Domination, absolute domination. Russia has shown here. Really strong performance. I mean, I can't see. I have to say, I can't see Hungary competing with this show of dominance at the moment.
No, they need to play in a different style. That's clear.
Yeah, take some risks, do something. It's easy to give advice, not easy to do against a strong team. This is obviously clearly over, and you've got to remember that White needs to win this game, and Black needs to win this game
in order to level the score.
not looking likely.
That's a miracle level, I think.
Yeah, it is. So white could take the draw here, the perpetual, to make sure they go through. But you can't. I mean, this position is just too good.
Yeah, exactly. Good. I mean, there's zero risk that you're going to lose.
There was always a 1% risk. No? There's always a 1% risk that you might blunder your queen. We've seen players blundering.
We did in fact see that. We saw Sargsyan blunder, so that's true. Yeah. But I find that very difficult to believe.
Yeah.
At some stage you've got to have confidence in your ability to win. I must admit, I also had a situation like you did, where I was completely winning and I took a draw just so I could progress to the next round, and I regretted it. I was a piece up, and I was like, I should have just. And then there we go. I think we're going to see Black is going to resign.
Black will resign. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I kind of regretted it as well. I mean, even though I think you've got to put these things out of your mind really when you're playing, but I don't know. I mean, Elo is also important. The only way that this can be saved is for a stalemate. If you imagine a rook getting around here trying to, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. I mean, okay, and there we have it. So it's 5-1 to Russia. So Russia have won the first leg very, very comfortably, I have to say.
Yeah.
I mean,
dominating. That's probably the most dominant match in these, qualifiers for the quarterfinal and the quarterfinals so far. They weren't in trouble in any boards. Maybe you could say Zubov was slightly worse, but it was a complicated position. And they completely crushed Hungary, to be honest. Very, very impressive.
Yeah.
They are an impressive team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So we got the schedule and we can bring that up a bit later on. But for now, we're going to have a break very shortly before the second part of this. And Hungary got a real uphill struggle. They're going to have to try to pull some major rabbits out of a very large hat to have any chance. And even then, the rabbits might run away. They're going to struggle, I think is what I'm getting at. So, Jovanka, I think we're going to take a short break and
let's take a break. Yeah.
Sure. Soon. Well, we're back, and we're back with this match between Russia, who seem extremely dominating. The Russian camp of chess is coming at everyone in the 2020 online Olympiad,
Yeah.
first of its kind. And yeah, the second match is going to start quite soon, Jovanka, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the first match of this Russia versus Hungary match just looked like business as usual for Russia. They just dispatched everyone with ruthless efficiency. Yeah.
It, I think it's the right word, efficient, very efficient, yeah,
I
incredibly
was,
efficient.
yeah. I mean, judging by that powerful performance, I really don't rate Hungarian chances at all. They'll have to change. They'll have to go for a different strategy. I mean, playing quietly didn't really work for them, so perhaps they will perhaps shake it up and perhaps go out there and give it all they got and play some aggressive lines, and we'll see. We'll see what they manage to produce.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's very hard to change your style, though, isn't it? I mean, especially when you're playing such a versatile team as Russia. Russia, they can play positionally, tactically. They're very good at every areas of the game.
Yeah,
So I don't fancy their chances either. You never know. It'll be a major upset if
exactly. I mean, the showman in me is like, I want that upset. I want that Armageddon match. I mean, I really love the drama, but I just don't see that it could even be a possibility. And that sounds quite harsh, but
yeah, I agree. And
yeah.
interestingly, we're just hearing the next round is going to start very soon. So don't go
Mhm.
anywhere. If you want to see Team Russia in destroying mode again, then you're probably in the right place for that. Got a feel for Hungary a little bit. I mean, it's a very tough ask for them. We're hearing though, there's lots of changes in the team. You can see the
Oh,
results there on the screen already. But the team
okay. So
is
one
having.
big thing is that we can see the man of the hour, yesterday's man, Tamas Banush is playing against Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, so he was the guy who got them through in the playoff, and that was the most amazing Armageddon game I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because Tamas won when he had point three, not 3 seconds, point three of a second left, right, Ivanka? I mean, that's
Mhm.
that's crazy,
Point
yeah,
three, I know.
absolutely crazy.
Okay, so there's been
Um,
like huge shake-up actually of both team lineup. So we have for Hungary, the changes that I can see is Petra Pap and Gara Tisia are now in. And there's been a change on the bottom board for the junior girls with Dorina Demeter is now in. And the changes in Russia as well. Artemiev is in, Katerina Lagno in, Gunina in, and Alexei Sarana. But is this a good strategy? I mean, should you be changing a winning side?
I think when you're as confident as Russia are, and their substitutions don't look too shabby to me either. I mean, you had Ganina's an absolute animal at blitz chess. She destroyed the field in the English Rapid Play Championship. She's one of the best rapid play players around. They're good substitutions, and I think it's nice to you're just showing your power. You're like, okay, I
Yeah.
could play this team. I could play that team. We can play. We have many strong players who will destroy everyone. And it maybe also they're thinking for the later rounds. They're thinking, okay, well, look, we're favourites to win. So why don't we keep our opponents in the next round guessing? And I think that's an important tactic. Maybe we can bring up the actual who is playing who because we now in the next round, so the semi-final, which will happen tomorrow, quarter final. We know already that India are playing in the quarter-final. Let me get this right. Who are India playing? The winner of this, is that right? So
Yeah, I think so.
okay. So maybe they're sort of thinking, okay, Russia thinking we're very likely to win this one. So let's change teams. So when we play India tomorrow, they're going to not have an idea which board and who's going to play. Maybe it's a very crafty tactic. So they
Yeah, I
get
mean, it
less.
could, yeah,
Yeah.
that could be an idea as well. And also that everyone is not
Ah,
rusty as well. Everyone has had some
yeah.
experience. So,
I
yeah,
got that. Sorry, I got that slightly wrong, Ivanka. It was Russia. The winner of this is going to play either USA or Ukraine. That's my bad there.
okay.
Um, as we can see now on the table, and India are going to play either Poland or Azerbaijan. So So actually, Russia are going to have a really tough match tomorrow, USA or Ukraine. Yeah. So
yeah, it will be tough. Yeah.
yes, it is. USA and Ukraine is going to be played later on, so we will be seeing that if you stay here after this match. Be a little break, and that match will be shown later on as well. It's just going to be an awesome match.
Yeah, it will be an awesome matchup, as it will be happening at the same time as Azerbaijan will be playing off against Poland. So we will be covering both of these matches at the same time.
No problem.
No problem.
So we're going to be 12 games. Maybe we won't be talking about the details of the opening so much. I think we're keeping on the current.
Do you think we'll see any Armageddons? I mean, I really had high hopes that today we were going to see an Armageddon. Because yesterday, let's face it, it was just brilliant.
It was. The drama was fantastic. Yeah. I'm going to say we're going to see an Armageddon in USA versus Ukraine. It's going to come down to one game on one board. I think that match is going to be so close. Both incredibly strong teams. I reckon that could be an Armageddon. What do you reckon? Armageddon anywhere?
Yeah, I can see an Armageddon happening there. I think I would probably put it a 60-70% chance for that. I can maybe also see an Armageddon happening at Poland versus Azerbaijan. Two very, very strong sides there. Difficult to call that one. I think out of all the matchups, I think, okay, the last two actually scrap that. The last two matches that we have remaining are going to be incredibly tight. I don't think I can call it because, USA, okay, they don't have Hikari Nakamura or Fabiano Caruana, but they have Wesley So on top board, Sam Shankland, Jeffrey Song is a strong junior, Carissa Yip, Annie Wang. It's just these are big names.
Big names. So yeah, it's but let's remember Ukraine have what's that guy on board one? What's he called?
Shevchenko. Can you believe it? He has a score of 7.5 out of 8, I think.
He's awesome, and they got another guy. Isn't he named after some doll that kills people? Chucky. That's it. Chucky. Ivanchuk.
Chucky hasn't been doing so well, but I mean, the thing is with Chucky is that he's so fantastic. It just depends on which Ivanchuk will show on the day. It could be a brilliant, masterpiece. Could also be someone who perhaps doesn't have a great day. But I think I'm hoping for the magician to show up.
The magician. Yeah, I hope so.
Doll, or the killer doll, to quote Simon.
Yeah, I mean, I have been called Chucky in my past, believe it or not, with the ginger hair. But also, I mean, it's going to be a great match. Korobov is on board too for Ukraine. America got a very good, strong, young squad. But Ukraine, they do as well. So I know there's going to be lots of people from the US of A really anticipating that match. First of all, will Russia struggle in this next one? I don't see it. I mean, if you were the captain of Hungary, then Jovanka, what would you say to the team? Okay, so you're playing Russia. You've lost the first one. What would your team? I want to hear your team talk. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So, yeah, come on. Imagine I'm one of the Hungarian players, and you've got to talk to 6 of us. We're a bit down after losing. We're playing Russia. Over to you, captain.
Well, it's really important to get a positive mindset. So it would be definitely something along the lines of, I love that quote. Actually, I think that was written on Kasparov's wall, which they had a little poster made for Kasparov, and it said, "If not you, then who?" And I like that kind of idea. If it's your time, guys, if it's not you, then who will it be? So just give it everything. Just give it absolutely everything. And focus on just playing good chess. I would even say don't worry about the team. Just play for yourself. Play your heart out. And let's see how it goes. But Russia is just so efficient. For the Russians, I guess I would just say keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Have some Russian tea.
So what do we reckon, people? Do we reckon that Jovanka has a future as a chess coach?
I'm not a very good chess inspirer, but we'll see.
I disagree. The games are off, by the way.
Huh?
The games are off.
The games are off, and we can see that there's already a Grunfeld, Banus.
Yeah. And all the games seem to have started now. So this is the board one, and as Jovanka said, it's a mainline Grunfeld where white gets the very big center, but black has this active play against the center. Bishop b5, one of the trendy ways to play at the moment against the Grunfeld, just trying to cause some sort of disorganization in the way that black defends against this. So they're banging out their theory. They're banging out the moves here. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Vanka. If I was the captain of Hungary, I'd just say, like, enjoy yourself. You know, you're probably going to lose. so enjoy losing.
Say that. That's
I would say that.
I said, you can do it, guys. Make it happen.
Yeah, just enjoy yourself.
Done.
Yeah. So, okay. So, well, I'm just having a look at the other boards because we might as well stick with this one, I guess, until they slow down a little bit. Clearly, all theory here. They're both playing their moves very quickly. Yeah, of course I wouldn't say. I mean, that'd be bad team advice. Look, you're probably going to lose.
You're probably going to lose. But, you know, I've had that said. Yeah. You're probably going to struggle. But, you know, people think that they're amazing. That's like a words of encouragement. Oh, no. But then on the other hand, you don't really want to, if you're doing really, really well, you don't really want to be told, oh, there's a chance that you guys might win it, because then suddenly you get pressure. You just want to be told, okay, fine.
Just enjoy
Do
yourself.
what you have to do. Focus on the chess, and the rest will take care of itself.
Yeah. Well, Tamas has come out very confidently here. He's gained time on his clock. He's obviously prepared this line before. Let's remember, these grandmasters are good. They can and they might pull up a surprise. He's going for it, potentially offering a pawn sacrifice on c3. If black decides to go for this one, then, you know, this is brave play. And this is what they need to do. They need to take risks. If they're going to win, they can't be scared of Russia. They just have to go at them, give some pawns away, attack, enjoy themselves. So, yeah. So I like...
Exactly. I mean, one of the things that I think we have to really stress is that Hungary have some amazing players. You know, it just, you know, Russia made it look very, very easy in that first leg. But these are very, very strong players. They're grandmasters and international masters. They can play great, fantastic chess. So I'm hoping that that Hungary managed to pull it out of the hat, pull those rabbits out of the hat.
We'll say a quick hello to Matt Carr in the chat as well, and everyone else who's in the chat. We're vaguely looking at the twitch.tv/chess chat. So if you have any questions you want to throw at us or anything like that, then just give us a shout out.
Yes.
Nepo decided not to take the pawn. Instead, he wants to create his counterplay straight away. Now, guess what I play here without thinking? Without going, hello H pawn, hello Harry. I would go h4 without thinking. I'd just play this. Come on, get on with it. Here it comes. Throw it up the board.
Yeah, and the bar slides slowly.
And the bar slides. Oh, don't get obsessed with the bar. Leave the bar out of this. The poor old bar.
That's the only thing that we can see. We can see the bar sliding slowly down.
I think everyone in the chat can see it as well. And we don't use a computer. I think that's obviously very clear. But I'd probably just shove that up there and have some fun. Anyway, but anyway, c4 is probably more normal, or bishop c2. Let's look at the other board. So the next board is Artemiev, who is really good. He won Gibraltar, which is the strongest open, and he's playing against Glidora. And this is an English that I always used to play, the Botvinnik English opening, which is quite a positional idea. And the strategy that white adopts here is light squares, basically. White has this light square control in the position, and black, on the other hand, tries to go for some dark square control.
Yeah,
probably is going to suit Glidora a bit here. Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. He's positional, very positional player, so I absolutely think it will suit him. It's a bit of a slow game for my liking. I mean, and a little bit too blocked. I've never ever felt comfortable in this type of positions because there's 4 minor pieces on the for each side, and I think I would prefer if there were 3 minor pieces, some kind of exchanges, so I could kind of get to grips with the. There's not that many natural pawn breaks either, so it's quite standard so far, I think.
Yeah,
it's I mean, about maneuvering.
one of the main ideas that white tries here is something like bishop to one of these squares, queen to one of these squares, and then try to get rid of the dark square bishop. This is the main sort of positional idea from white. White would love to get rid of these two bishops. Why would white like to do that? Number one, black's control of this square becomes less, but more importantly, this is the main long-term defender of the black king. So you're getting rid of a good defender there. And if you get rid of this piece, these kind of squares around the king are a lot weaker. They become undefended. So this is something white has to do. But you have to be a bit careful. I mean, you can go this way. Then black will probably put the knight on d4. And I've felt when I've played this position before that I want to be able to meet knight d4 when knight takes d4. So if I go here, I can't now play this because pawn takes d4 wins a piece. So you can even consider putting a position somewhere like here. Then if knight d4, I can take it. Just really little things to think about there.
Yeah. There's a
One
kind
way
of differences because I think bishop b3 is the most natural move, I think.
Yeah.
With the same idea of going queen d2, bishop h6. So it's kind of just, you were talking earlier that, you know, it's important to know your openings and to kind of know where to put your pieces. So I don't think bishop f4 is naturally...
No. Bishop f4 is a
normal square.
It's a little bit odd, isn't it? Because you're kind of walking into maybe a pawn push, but
yeah,
if e5 happens, well, I mean, I don't even know if this is the best square, but this also blocks black's pieces in. I mean, you can even go d2. That's not ridiculous, you know, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how this goes. Okay, next game. And this is Ganina versus Gara. And I was just saying how strong Ganina is at blitz. Real tough challenge again for Gara here. Pretty typical classical position, this, Jovanka. Maybe we'll just stick with the current position.
Yes, very classical position from the Queen's Indian defense. So it's all about, you know, whether white can expand in the center. So knight d7 is a little bit unusual, I would say. Just voluntarily giving up control over the e4 square. But she must have done it because she was worried about c5. I mean, it's much more, the plans that I've kind of seen that are a little bit more typical are bishop coming to e4 and then just, and then perhaps doing some knight d7. But yeah, we'll see. It's a slow game. I prefer white at the minute.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Perhaps we'll see bishop f6 and black playing for bishop f6 and black playing for e5.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Maybe there's some kind of trick here. Like, let's say you play e4, and I think this is why Ganina played a3 first. If you do this move, which is the most natural, you get a lovely center.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe there's a d5 to think about. Bishop b4 being the tactical solution for black trying to win the exchange. I mean, even here it's probably very unclear, but
yes,
why risk it? Ganina thinks, go a3. I'm stopping this move. I can try going over here later on.
The a3 is a little bit odd, I have to say. I mean, your kind of instinctive reaction to a3 is just to go a4 and secure a potential square for your knight on c5.
I agree. Yeah, this a4 is a very nice positional idea. This one pawn sort of controls these two pawns, and more importantly, you have the b3 square. And if the knight gets to c5, so you can imagine these guys come off, it can sit there. White can never play b4, which often she'll want to do because it's always en passant.
Or I'd also just wondered whether maybe we can even delay a4 because we can play bishop f6 first, and just she still can't play b4.
Yeah, play for this move. A much more natural move than a3, as you say, would be something like queen c2, because you also have ideas of knight g5 here, which is a common tactic. Let's say bishop f6. You can think about playing this move when you threaten checkmate and you're going to win the bishop on b7, because black has to take this knight, otherwise it's checkmate over here. You can see the queen flying in, and then you get this quite nice diagonal. So that would have been a more standard way to play, I feel, Jovanka. But a3 can't be terrible.
No, okay.
Bishop e4 and now rook d1, nice centralized play. Right, next game, we will go to Adam Kozak versus Sarana, two of the under-20s, two very talented players. This is looking sharp. We had this Queen's Gambit position. Okay, we'll go for it quickly. Standard Queen's Gambit. And now the Rogozin. Queen a4 check is to force knight c6 to stop the c-pawn from moving. Bishop g5, pinning. And now e4, bishop d7, queen c2. This is sharp, isn't it? This is good. So maybe this is the kind of position Hungary need, Jovanka, yeah?
Yeah, I agree. And they need to, because the thing is with this time control, you got to make it, sometimes you got to make it so the price of a mistake is quite high. So, you know, maybe you're worse, but, you know, if one side blunders and it costs them the game, that's good. You don't really want to get yourself in a situation where the price of mistake is low. You blunder, but, you know, maybe you just decrease your advantage from slightly better to slightly worse. You don't want that for your opponent. You want those kind of positions where mistakes can be made and prove fatal.
No, I think Serrano just recently, I think did he win the Lyon competition? I should know because I was commentating on that for Chess.com and the finals, and I can't remember. It was only probably like a week ago. I can't even remember. Oh dear, such bad memory for chess play. But I think he was, and he is one of the up and coming guys in the world.
Yeah, definitely.
He's really strong. But saying that, I like the approach that Adam's played here. We talked about this before. Have some fun. Don't worry. Sack a pawn. Get the center. Get a dynamic position. Complicate it. Go for the win. So yeah. I like it. Next board.
Like let's have a look at Katerina Lagno.
Pap versus Lagno. And this is a Berlin, so I'm not going to show it because I need to stay awake. And we have Rook D8. Right, next game. I'm sorry, I bet.
I mean, it is a very level, actually. I mean, I think.
Yeah.
I think Lagno is just being very businesslike. The team needs a solid performance in order to go through. Yeah. She's just neutralizing white with black.
Yeah, and she might think, okay, I am higher rated, probably more experienced player than my opponent. If I don't do anything stupid, I will get a chance.
Exactly.
Later on.
Exactly, but then why risk anything? You know, she can just play sensible chess. And if, you know, a draw is not a bad result. You know, she had the black pieces. Yeah. It's fine.
Looks equal at the moment, definitely. And the last game, which we haven't looked at, is Polina, who won in a complicated game against Darina, with a position probably coming from Raul Lopez, where I like white quite a lot. I feel having a pawn on g4 rather than on the h-file really helps white.
Yeah.
You always think about who's got the bigger space. It's Alekhine who said, if you have a pawn on d5, you told me this, Jovanka. You know, you told me this. Go on, I'll let you say it. I learned it from you, and you told me this about Alekhine.
Was it Alekhine? Was Erva? Erva was the one.
You serious? I've been going around for the last 4 years since you told me in Gibraltar saying it was Alekhine.
It's Erva's middle game book. He did 2 books on the middle game.
Oh,
and he talked about how when you have a pawn on d5 that the plan isn't to attack on the queen side, it's simply just to expand. But here it's quite interesting because the player of the black pieces, that's one of Hungary's substitutions. So in the first game it was okay, I'm gonna see if I get her name right, Sochka Gal, and now we have a Darina Demeter.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe that. Literally, I've been going around saying Alekhine said a pawn on d5, queenside play. If you have a pawn on e5, which is defended, you go for kingside attack. So it shows you how much.
You should check your facts.
I should listen
and
to
even
you.
Then, so if maybe I said Alekhine, but today it was Erva.
Well,
as any good historian will tell you, you should always
and maybe you'll tell me someone else next time.
Exactly.
Maybe you'll go.
That famous quote, never trust what they're saying on the internet, and then it has like Abraham Lincoln or something like that.
Yeah, who are you going to say next time? You'd probably say, "Oh, it was actually, it was Capablanca."
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
The
So
worst thing is that you've actually said you've got a bad memory. So
I know, so you're tricking me, with your.
so now no one will know. They'll go, well, Simon said he had a bad memory, so she probably didn't say it was Alakon.
Yeah, it was. So it's basically, oh dear, I'll check my facts, or maybe I'll just be quiet from now on. I won't say anything.
Right.
It's the idea. It doesn't really matter who it is. I mean, it's
No,
nice
it
to
doesn't.
talk about it, but it's the idea, and the idea is important. And this pawn is a cramping pawn, and I like White's position a lot. I mean, White can even start swinging the rook over here and have some fun against that king.
I
Positionally,
agree.
White,
It looks great for White.
it does.
So much
Does it?
space, control.
Yeah, everything. And you can also move the knight, go g3 and f4. You don't want to go f4 straight away, because after the exchange here, you actually help Black's position, because you give away the e5 square, and Black can sort of put the knight on e5, and your pawns are a bit ugly. But if a positional idea would be to go g3, f4, and then take back with a pawn on f4, so you get 3 pawns like this. It's very nice for White, yeah.
I just love your idea as well of going king f2.
Yeah.
King f2, and then maybe I don't even need to rush with rook h1. I can just simply ask some questions, maneuver my pieces to better squares. No, I really like White's position. It's a dream.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is Black's pawn breaks, releasing pawn breaks are f5, which White has firmly under control, and then you have c6, and the other one I can see is b takes a4. So as long as you have all those measures dealt with, then White's good.
Yeah, White's good. So back to the top board, and we're going to see how things are going. We can catch up with the moves around here. This was the Grunfeld, with White now managing to swap those pieces off, but Black starting to create some counterplay on the queen side. Exchanges occurring. It's a little bit late now, isn't it, sir? You should have played that when I said, when the bar was swinging. If that pawn was already up there, you'd be a lot happier.
Yeah, I would be happier if it wasn't h6, but okay.
Poor old Harry. It's a nice idea. It's a little bit late. Okay, so now Nepo is sacrificing a pawn, but to get a little bit of activity and win the pawn. I suppose he's going to win the pawn, but he's not. He's actually playing.
Well, he's playing to win. He's playing to push
he's playing to
Charlie,
win.
let's call her.
Charlie, indeed. C3, and it's a bit scary, that one. A little bit scary.
It's something that we kind of mentioned quite often. Is that the quality of the pawn, not how many
quality,
pawns.
not quantity.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, I don't think White should be overly concerned yet, because he's got a nice little blockade of that pawn. The rook's coming to b3. It can't be too bad, but it's tricky position.
Right. But it's also combined with White's king side isn't that stable, so I can just see that Black can torture White a little bit because of this weak king. So I can see something like rook c8 happening, and then c4, rook c4 coming down to c4. Okay, well, rook a4, rook coming down to c4, and making some threats.
Yeah, it was true. And
queen c4 as well. These pawns are somehow. I would like to play f. It just doesn't feel great to have this queen on c2.
The other thing Black could try, I suppose, Jovanka, is swapping rooks off, because if Black can, let's say you just imagine removing these pieces from the board. This is a good way to think sometimes, because obviously exchanges do come up in games. You've got to think, is it good for me or good for my opponent? If it's good for you, go about it. If you can remove these rooks from the board, then Black would have ideas of queen d2. And you can't really play queen d2, in these kind of positions, because the white rook just controls that pawn. But if you can imagine the rooks are off the board, that pawn could be a winner. So yet another idea is to go rook b4.
Here I would be tempted to go rook b3.
Yeah, try to force some exchanges.
Try to force. But even rook c4, and then there's still queen d2.
Rook c4 and queen d2 is trying to be played.
Is threatened, and that feels.
Yeah. He's going for it. So he is going for it, Nepo. And the other thing is, Nepo can probably always take a draw by just going for exchanges. If he ever goes queen takes e4, we have a rook ending, which will peter out to a draw.
Yeah.
So certainly not worse for him. Back to the English opening, Artemiev versus Glebor. Let's try again. Thank you, Vanka. And we had a lot of action, I think. So bishop f4 was played. I got a move right. Wow. That's probably the first time in the whole thing. Whee! And now knight to e5, queen d2. So we talked about this idea, but f5, Glodora is going for his own play.
Mm-hmm.
Rook fd1, knight c6, and now a capture on c5, capture on f5, queen e3, h3, knight to e7. Looks like, look at Glodora. I can't say that name. Glodora. There you go. Has played this quite well as well, Jovanka.
Yeah, I think so too. You're quite familiar with these kind of English positions, so to me it's a bit foreign territory. But yeah, I mean, it does look like I like this maneuver of knight to e7. I'm always a big fan of swapping off this fianchetto bishop.
Yeah.
Bishop takes bishop, just to soften up the king side that little bit more.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, the queenside bishop is nearly always worth less than the kingside bishop in these positions, and this exchange does normally help the player of the queenside bishop. We have this annoying pin though on the knight, which is annoying, and maybe white can consider some ideas of breaking with d4 at the correct turn. Mm-hmm. So it's still interesting. After, I guess, knight g6 is the normal move here.
Yeah.
What do we do next? We don't want to lose our dark squared bishop, because this piece will become very strong then. So we probably go bishop g5, probably. And now you have to even worry about f4 in some positions. But queen f7 coming over to b7 is a demonstration of that. Why it's a good idea to remove the kingside bishop.
Yeah.
This could be quite uncomfortable.
I think it is. You're right. It is a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah. So we had the knight coming the other way. That's a bit strange, but black is looking towards the d4 square.
Mm-hmm.
But it's less forcing because you're leaving the bishop there. And now white does play this move d4, breaking in the center. So things will be clarified quite soon there.
Yeah.
Next game is Ganina versus Gara. This is getting interesting, yeah. And around here,
we left it like this, didn't we?
We did. And I like Hungary are going for it, Jovanka. I'm actually really happy. Whoever had the team talk did a good job, because they said, look, you've got to go for it. And g5, whoa,
exactly,
going for it. I like it. And
yeah, I mean, the thing is with Gunina, Valentina, is that she's a very aggressive player, and sooner or later she'll come for you. So I quite like this kind of reverse cycle, kind of take a different approach. Well, I'm going to come for you instead. So I like it. G5, and especially with time control, she won't be able to find the most active moves to defend.
Yeah, I mean, with f5 now coming up next, here they come. And look at this: knight d2, bishop b7, e4, f4.
Love it.
Oh, yeah. This is looking like one of my Dutches. I often meet e4 with f4, and I've had loads of positions. I like this. Gara, you go. I like it. e5, and of course you should take here. Now taking back would not be very wise, because then you get this square on c5, which Jovanka mentioned before, and you can never get rid of that knight. So Ganina has played bishop h3, rook f6. Maybe the rook is going to come around, have some fun.
Yeah, and also defends the e6 pawn.
Now look at this. She's going for it. Good stuff. And this is looking a little bit dangerous for Ganina.
And but let's have a look at the time situation. So Ganina has 1 extra minute on the clock, which is quite important. It's something that I keep paying attention to, because I know how much of an influence it had on my games. So I'm just transferring that, really.
Yeah, because people, everyone who's watching this, just remember Jovanka was playing in this event for England, So she's had the first-hand experience, Jovanka. So
Yeah.
you can tell us a little bit about that. I mean, how was it playing for England in this event? Did you find it easy to adapt? Tense?
No, it was the difficult. It was the difficult time control. I mean, for players like Levon Aronian, he played lots of rapid play events like this. I mean, I'm not really used to playing rapid play. I haven't really played too much beyond the 25 minutes plus 5, and this one was a strange hybrid for me. I didn't manage to get used to it, so to speak. And I can see things are actually heating up because Gunina has just played h4. So now I'm just trying to work out.
Okay, so Black's calling the bluff and just saying, okay, I'm taking it. Queen f4.
Queen f4.
Going here. And now something like rook g6
Rook
seems very
g6
logical.
looks,
I mean, I think Black's doing well here.
I like Black's position quite a bit.
Very impressive play by Gara. This is what they got to do. I mean, they're fighting back here. You can even try putting a queen on this diagonal, rook coming over to f8. This kind of thing, get all the pieces playing.
Yeah, get every single piece working. This is what you need to do.
Definitely. Great play. Great play. King h8 is another idea. Get the queen over. Queen f8, probably a good move, but
no, I mean, I like it because, I mean, if you neutralize the attack, you have your extra material, don't you?
Yeah.
Maybe you don't. 1, 2, 3.
Well, actually, White can't even. I don't think White can even take the queen off Jovanka, because after rook takes f8, both of these pieces on pre, and Black's just going to win a piece.
Yeah.
So actually, queen f8. This is a great game. Really good game from Gara. She's playing great chess.
Exactly. Queen. I know you can't. Where are you going to put the queen? Oh, you have to bring your rook.
Do I have to answer these difficult questions? Well, if you bring the rook, there's even tactical ideas like knight to b3, and the rook.
There's no square.
I think Black is crushing it. I mean, this is like a really nice Dutch kind of attack. Yeah. Oh, the Dutch attack. This is the way to play.
But did you notice, Simon? F5 was played on move 20, not move.
Well, I say Gara played well, but she can still improve. I think that's what we can clarify. If she plays it on move 1, it'd be a slight improvement. Yeah. Okay. Move 20.
So we have a quick look at everyone else, because this is looking really promising for Hungary.
It is. Okay. We're just very blast. So this one, okay, still going on. This is Glodora about equal. This one with Nepo has now current positions only. Time's getting critical. Gone into an ending where Nepo has managed to get to the queen ending, and he's going to pick up these pawns.
He's going to munch on the kingside pawn. So f2, they're all dropping, aren't they?
So yeah, so it looks like Russia +1. This one, Gara is going to get back, I feel. So equal. Is there any chance? What has happened here? So we just had queen c1. Hungary are going for it, and look at this. I'm coming for you, Russia. Bishop takes h6. This is good stuff.
Armageddon is on the cards. Yeah, okay, go on.
I mean, it's so nice to see, like, it's okay. Now there's at least a draw. White has at least a draw here.
Yeah, but remember, Hungary are in a must-win situation.
Yeah. And they got White here, but maybe you have to take the draw. I say draw. So at the moment, it's still very even. Now,
okay, what happens if you threaten checkmate? Okay, so,
with knight g5.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look. So knight g5, threatening checkmate. Yeah, it's always nice to
threaten. Raise the pulses just a little bit.
Yeah, it looks okay. So I have to take this one, and I have to play queen to e7 to defend like this. And the issue is you've only got 2 pieces attacking. You normally need 3 pieces in a situation like this. If a rook could come around here,
can't do a rook left either. So yeah, okay.
Because I think it's going to be a draw. I don't.
I think so too.
As much as I love attacking, I can't see what's happening here. It's playing. Okay, now next game. Bad news, I think, for Hungary that Lagno is looking
Hang on,
good.
Let's count the material, because I'm thinking that White is a pawn up.
What? Oh, no, it's White's a pawn up. Oh,
good
news for Hungary. Hungary going to create a miracle here. I mean, I say a miracle. Beating Russia is maybe a miracle's too much, but they're fighting.
They're definitely fighting, and this is what we want to see. I mean, it would be, what a story would it be if Hungary were to win this match and take it to Armageddon?
And definitely winning chances for white, because black's bishop is useless. White is a pawn up. Only issue is that black's queen is quite active, so you need to be
Yeah, but
careful
this
about this
bishop on
queen.
d2 is a fantastic defender. So, I mean, if I go queen h, yeah, I mean, I can see that there's not that many. I'm just trying to think of ways to progress.
By the way, Nepo has won, but we expected that one anyway.
Yeah, we did. So Russia have gone into the lead with 1 point extra, and
I'm not sure about that. I mean, I wouldn't want to give pawns back. I mean, I think the idea is, okay, you give the pawn back and then your queen's going to come in here. So after bishop here, maybe it's very clever. Let's say queen takes h2, bishop f2, and white's figuring, okay, I've given one of my pawns back, so I'm not material up, but how do you stop my queen now rampaging itself? Because if you ever come over...
That's clever. That's clever if it works. Let's have a look.
Oh, by the way, a draw offer has been declined by white. So well done for being brave.
Yes.
Another result, it was a draw in that attack, Jovanka. So we had a perpetual check here.
Yeah.
Nepo won here. But some of the games looking very good. What about the last board? The last board,
let's have a look.
If Hungary are doing well here, it could be an amazing upset. The last board was looking tough for Hungary, and it is. It is
still
tough.
Looking tough. Yeah.
Yeah. White's piece is flooding in now, diving into the position. That e-pawn, scary, scary, scary. So Russia won up. I think they're going to win here. So it might still be tough. I think it's looking bad. Okay, back to this board here with Vladislav. And Glendora needs at least to draw this position. Is that how?
Yeah, I think he needs more than a draw, right?
It probably, yeah.
I think he needs to do a bit more than that, because we suspect that, well, unless the board 6 pulls it off, manages to hold this. If that happens, then
yeah. I mean, what we're thinking is it's 1.5 to Russia at the moment. Remember, if it's 3-all this match, Russia go through. The board, we're pretty much guaranteeing Russia are going to win is this one, taking it to 2.5, meaning that this game, black needs to win. This game here, Gara needs to win, who's playing fantastically.
Yeah.
And this game, white needs to win to keep the fight alive. So another quick look at Gara's game, by the way. Queen f8, rook g1. And has things changed at all? Well, current position now.
Is there no knight b3s in there? No, knight b3, you can go rook.
Knight b3 has been played.
It's been played, rook d7. And
how about coming into f2? Is this going to occur? Rook take, this is all very quick.
Has this been played?
It's been played. This is on the board at the moment. The white rook has suddenly become very active on the 7th rank. It's a messy position and the time is very low.
Yeah.
No doubt about it that black needs to win this game, but it's going to be tough anyway. I mean, whatever the result this one, Hungary have come out swinging, which I think is great. Okay, so now that the knight is trying to come around, is there any way black can try to create some checkmate nets? Because you've got sort of...
That's what I was trying to work out just now, because I was thinking, okay, well, if I could get my bishop to f5, check. Or maybe there's a knight to f5 as well, and perhaps bishop g2, but it feels like there's a mating net in the air. So rook takes c7.
It's been played. And now bishop, okay, bishop here we're trying to weave that net around the king. This is definitely the most exciting game, I think, of what's remaining, so we can maybe stick with it. 3 pieces looking scary, but no fear. Valentina is not scared, is she? She's one of the bravest players.
But it doesn't like lose a piece. Or oh no, hang on. What's she working out? So I was thinking rook h2, rook g2. Yeah, rook g2.
Rook g2 or rook h2 here?
Yeah, because if you go rook h2, she goes king g3. So if you go knight f5, oh yeah, just...
There's 3 moves here, either knight f5, rook h2 check, or rook g2, which look critical.
Let's try knight f5.
Well, the time, should we just see
the time is the
20
bring
seconds.
A new piece into the attack, yeah.
Maybe we'll wait and see.
Rook g2. Rook g2, actually. I like that move. Rook g2, threatening the knight.
She's gone rook g2. threatening the knight with
And if
ideas.
she goes knight h3, well, then that's knight f5 checkmate. Done.
Yeah, that'd be nice. This would be, well, not a nice finish for, that'd be a very picturesque finish. But if we, well, how do we save the knight? We can't save the knight.
I don't think you can save the knight.
This is just winning. Actually,
You
the
just
knight's
keep
gone.
checking me, I think.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Or you just sell it. Just sell it quite expensively. I mean, try to win some pawns.
I mean, it's not going to be enough though. The black piece is coordinating well. Brilliant game from Gara.
Brilliant game by Titia Gara.
Yeah, very impressive. Well, Carsten124 is in the chat is saying knight e2, but I mean, if you play this, worst case scenario, it should be good enough if I simply just take the knight. I mean, there might be some checkmate ideas, but something like this, it must be winning because I'm going to take I'm a piece up. That's
just straightforward. Yeah.
And now Ganina only has 14 seconds left.
Whoa. And do we have any progress on?
Bishop f7. Is she trying to set up some? This is really. Oh no, she's falling for it. It's a Ganina
but
trick.
it's not. She can play king g7 and after rook. It's okay.
Knight f3.
Knight f3.
I thought that was a typical Ganina trick there. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so too. Knight f3. Nice touch. Okay, so that's nice. Hungary will have struck back.
Yeah. Let's show that line. So the point is, if rook g8 check, it looks like white's maybe picking this one up. But and it has been a win. We're going to show it. Brilliant game there. If rook c8, king here, check. King takes f7. Oh, white's back in the game. But now there's this counter punch, knight to f3. And you can see Ganina's got up from the board there. And black is winning. Brilliant result for Gara there. Really good game.
Very impressive play.
Yeah.
So let's go to the critical game, which was Katerina Lagno.
It might all be over though. Lagno and the top board. So, well, okay, yeah, we'll go to Lagno. So White needs to win this one. Yeah. White, and the current position here, White has some work to do still, major time advantage. Remember, the last two boards, there's 2 boards remaining, and this is one of the boards. White has to win here, and the other board, well, somehow Glodora's got to win this ending. If it's a draw here, I think Russia will guarantee drawing the match, which is enough to take the title. Much closer than the first round. Is there any way that black can win this one?
No, is what I'm going to say. Unless white does something very silly.
I think white can always give the rook up for the pawn.
Exactly, and then just go for this a pawn. So
this is going to be
white
a draw.
really needs to do something completely illogical. So this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, which means Russia would go through by drawing the match. I think at least drawing the match. It looks like probably white is getting near forcing the draw here as well. It's going to be over very quickly. You can see this rook will have to give itself up.
I mean, I can see one way. Okay, so but of course, I was thinking if you went f7, which was instead of a7, f7, but we have rook takes f7.
I think it's heading to a draw, isn't it?
But even then, that's still a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have to work really hard.
Oh, look at time.
6 seconds. Okay.
He got down to 1 second there. That could have been it, yeah?
That could have been an issue.
3, 2,
7.
We need a disconnect here. We need a disconnect or something.
Okay, but it is. Okay, so now he has to go rook a8, and now he has to run to the. Yeah, now it's an easy draw.
It's a draw.
I quite like this switchback. He goes king to d6, and we go rook a8 because it's so important to meet.
Okay, now the king can come.
Now the king comes, and king f6.
I don't think white should be trying too hard to win this position.
Okay, now rook takes a7, and I think we're just going to see rook takes pawn and game over. Okay, so that means
Russia are through.
Russia are through. And it doesn't really matter the result of this game, which probably would be, it looks like white is winning. Yeah,
it looks like it. As long as you can avoid any perpetual check with your king, you can probably hide somewhere. And I mean, whatever we can say about Russia going through, incredibly strong team, major favourites on each board. That was a good
That
match.
was a great
It
matchup,
really was. Yeah.
It really was a fantastic. They really, Hungary really impressed in this round. They, especially the women players, they really played out of the skin. They played confident, bold chess.
Totally agree. And I think, the Gara's game was one of the best games I've seen so far in the
Yeah.
whole of the competition. I have to say, she went for it and she played risky chess. And this is also looking like a very good result for Petra as well.
Yeah.
Just have to find somewhere to move your king to avoid the checks. We saw this in the Armenian match,
I
didn't
think
we?
you can put
Earlier
it on G7, can't you?
Yeah. In some ways, it hinders black having this pawn because black can't check on the G file. And white's going to play queen f6 to block any other checks, queen to pawn.
And then go queen f7. I think this is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And then you can simply put your king on G8. So now you can intercept with queen f6.
I don't like this one. You could have gone and also king f8.
No, but I think it's fine because after queen e6, you can go queen f7.
Okay.
Done.
Right. Okay, that's the other way. Yeah.
Okay, queen f7, and now.
Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
Nice result. Bang. Well done to Petra. Well done to Gara. I mean, drawing against such a strong Russian team. Yes, Russia are through, but that was a challenge. And remember, if Hungary nearly came within a whisker of forcing it into Armageddon, and I would be honest, in Armageddon, anything could happen. Literally anything.
I mean, it's a big leveler, isn't it, Simon?
It really is. Yeah, it is. So, but impressive. Well done, Hungary. I'm just going to say it's unfortunate, but they really fought hard. Yeah, very hard match. But saying that, Russia are through to the next round, and Russia are going to play the winner of the match we can see here on the chart between USA and Ukraine in the semi-finals, which is taking place tomorrow, and the finals on Sunday. So we've got 2 more days to see who is the Olympiad champion. Now, later on today, it's going to be more commentary. We're commentating Azerbaijan, Poland, and also on that big match, USA-Ukraine. So that's going to be fantastic. I think we will take a break very soon. And we will come back shortly with, we'll be able to tell you what's happening later on. So, okay, we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so.
Okay, then.
Welcome back, everyone, and it's the big one, the big match. And what I mean by that is it's a match between America and Ukraine. So this is one I think a lot of people have been very excited about. Ukraine pulled up a major, well, upset in a lot of people's eyes by beating one of the favourites, China, and now they're playing against the US of A, who are also a favourite. So this is a big, big, big match, and there's some big, big, big pairings. So
Yeah, there is.
we can have a look at them. Jovanka, do you want to go through some of those pairings in this
Yeah, I
match?
mean, the big one for me, it's going to be Wesley So against Vasily Ivanchuk. I mean, I just love watching Ivanchuk play. So, but the big question for him, he's a little bit of an erratic player. Which Ivanchuk will show today? Will it be the magician who creates magic from, finds these amazing combinations? You have to remember he was also world, is it Blitz champion or Rapid champion? I can't quite remember which one. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to Anton Korobov against Sam Shanklin, and the female players of Carissa Yip against Yulia Osmak. One that I'm really, really excited about is Jeffrey Xiong against Kirill Shevchenko. You have to remember Shevchenko was the man of the moment yesterday. Not only was he a huge hitter in the top division when he won all his games for Ukraine, 6 out of 6. Yesterday, he got to 1.5 out of 2, and he also won the Armageddon game. I was so impressed. So yeah, I'm really excited about this. We mustn't also forget that there is a second game happening at the same time, which we will keep an eye on, and that is Poland against Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan, the favorites there. But yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of chess going on now. So we're going to have potentially 12 games to look at. Now, we are going to concentrate mainly on the match USA versus Ukraine. We feel this is the big one, but we want to have a look occasionally at the other one. But with such matchups as Wesley So versus Ivanchuk, come on, you can't really beat that, can you? And they have already started, Jovanka. And do you know what opening it is?
It's basically he went to touch the C pawn and move it up 1 square. But then, there was some kind of hand and eye coordination problem. And so he touched the E pawn. It's a French.
It's a French. Jovanka loves the Caracan. I wouldn't say I love the French, but I play the French. And we actually have a position now which I know pretty well, because I play this variation of Tarek French. So I played it, I suppose, for like 30 odd years. This is a more positional approach from Wesley. He could have pushed on with E5 as well, but you don't often see these French defenses at top level. I know that Giri's just publicized something on the French, and it occasionally comes out. Ivanchuk very famously beat Garry Kasparov in the French defense when Garry Kasparov was the world champion and the best player in the world. So Chucky is impossible to prepare against. He plays every opening, and he plays every opening very well. So lots of moves coming in. This must be theory already, Jovanka.
Yeah. This must be quite theory. I mean, it's kind of interesting choice, I think, to kind of take a little bit more of a solid approach. But I remember Ivanchuk discussing a position very similar to this in his game against Tan Zhongyi. Was Lei Tingjie, well, one of the Chinese girls in Gibraltar, where he found these amazing variations, and it was quite in a structure very similar to this. So yeah, looking forward to this. Can we move down to see how Shanklin against Korobov is shaping up?
Yes, so we're going to go through the moves very quickly. Now, Sam Shanklin is one of the leading exponents of the semi-Slav variation. And Korobov sort of just saying, okay, I'm just going to play some chess here. Korobov, a great player. I think this is one game, personally, when I look at it, that if Ukraine have any chance or a big chance, they got chance, but this is one game I think they're going to want the player of the white pieces to win. If I was the captain, we talked about this before, I'm thinking Korobov, great player of white. I know Shanklin's a great player, but push with the white pieces. Yeah. And we now I mean, Sam Shanklin's openings are fantastic. He knows his openings so well. Standard kind of Slav stuff going on here. This move very important. Excuse me. They're still in theory, and again,
you have to also remember that Sam did a course on the Slav, on the semi-Slav.
Yeah.
So that's something that's always quite, it kind of gives you hope, because you have actually studied these positions, you know, to great depth and used all the engines possible. So yeah, Sam must be feeling pretty confident.
And must be theory looking at the times. I mean,
just look at the time, yeah.
And not just the times, but how sharp this position is, because black has these bishops which can cause a lot of trouble, and the knights. You want to be a little bit on guard here with white. You don't want to allow black's pieces to totally swarm in. Korobov seems to know what he's doing. He's now gone for e5.
It feels really good for black, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't see black as having any problems whatsoever. He has good piece development, a great square for the bishop on d4. The only thing that I could potentially worry about is in an endgame. I can see that if that bishop on d4 were to disappear from the board, then of course his pawn on c5 and b4 would be potentially quite weak. But yeah, I like black's position.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Korobov's picked this. He probably knows that Sam Shanklin's is a bit of a theory expert. And he's thinking, well, okay, look, against Sam, I might not get an advantage in the opening because he just knows too much. So what do? Okay, I pick a line which I feel comfortable in, might not get an advantage. And I don't think he'd ever play a line where he thinks he's worse with white. That'd just be crazy. But
well, you wouldn't deliberately choose that, but you might accidentally go into it.
I mean, not spending 30 seconds on your clock, surely. I mean, he's moving very quickly, unless he's forgotten something. I mean, it's not that bad, is it? I mean, e5, this pawn structure is quite nice for white.
I mean, it's quite nice, but I just don't see any problems for black.
No, I mean, I don't think it's trying to cause problems.
Okay, there's the first issue is that, I mean, Sam is thinking, but
well, at least he's got him thinking.
Okay, you can play knight d5, right? Because a bishop takes knight isn't possible because of knight e3.
This is a nice little tactic here.
Discovered check, yeah.
Winning the queen. And the other nice idea as well, you don't want to take here, do you, either? Look at these bishops. Look at those killers. Look at them. They are the strongest bishops I've ever seen in my life there.
Those are the Horwitz bishops, aren't they?
They are. Wow, look at those guys. So you're right. So this knight d5, but now okay, he's playing quickly. I mean, I'm going to say I think Korobov knows his position. He's confident, and he's looked okay. Will he play his next move quickly? This is a sign. So no.
Sometimes you know it's like a bluff, isn't it? You know, he's playing quickly, and you're thinking, well, what is this? But they're playing quickly and confidently. Yeah.
Okay, h3. And now, whoa, h5.
Well, h5. Wow.
Bang.
Okay, so let's do some quick calculation before we leave. So pawn takes knight.
Okay, so I see a piece, I take a piece.
Yeah, you take it, yeah.
And then black Sam's idea is obviously to take here.
Yeah, and then bishop e4.
You have to play bishop e4. Let's just show you can't leave this diagonal because of knight to e3. So you have to go bishop to e4. Now, is there some f5? Maybe Sam's so well prepared.
But okay, so if you play f5, I will be very thankful that there's something called the en passant rule. To me, it never really made so much sense, but you know, okay.
There's a famous story. There's a very famous story that actually Mickey Adams forgot about. England's strongest ever player. He forgot about the en passant rule when he was playing Neil MacDonald, and he lost because he just forgot about it. It actually happened very late in the game. So yeah, I'm thinking f5 kind of looks natural, but is there something else? This is all theory. I mean, his theory. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm scared being Korobov here. f5. I'll give it a punt. So you go en passant.
En passant, yeah.
And now I'm not sure what I do next. Do I even go like rook e8 and just say, come on, I'm going to take that bishop?
I think that's a nice idea, actually.
Get rid of that bishop, and I'm going to use these
assassins.
I mean,
I like that idea. Just forget about material and just simply go, okay, well, it's that light square bishop that matters to me the most.
Yeah, this is you know what? This is maybe great. Okay, we have some more moves. So this has actually occurred. Wow,
So
we've got it right.
we got
We've
it.
got it right. Sam is
Oh,
banging out the
Simon,
moves.
virtual high five to you. Yeah.
Virtual high five it is with sound effects or elbow bump. You know, okay,
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
all that stuff. And this is the power of the love, power of love, power of the bishops.
Yeah.
They're raking it down. You're right. Maybe this is just Shankland power. Is that something? Do people say that? Shankland power. The king has moved
No.
off that diagonal and he's banged out this move. Like
Rook takes f6.
he's probably had this on his computer like a couple of
I think
hours
so.
ago.
I think he's look at him. Just you can see him on the webcam over there.
Yeah, I'm bored. Yeah, I've looked at this earlier.
He looked up to the skies as if he was trying to record something. It's
Yeah.
do I detect some overexcitement? There's just the speed he played Rook takes f6. I just wondered whether there was some excitement there that he was getting his moves in, and that was.
I mean, it's a fascinating position, but this is Shanky power. He's shanking him, He's shanking him with his bishops. Okay, let's move on. I mean, this is fascinating.
Yeah, let's move on before we
before I go really off topic.
Unusual words.
Now, these games are great. Now we have Jeffrey versus Kirill, both heroes, and this is really exciting. We have a bishop b5 check Sicilia. We have queen takes d4, and we saw this earlier on where it went horribly wrong for a player who took with a queen. Bishop takes is much more standard. Rook c8, e5, opening things up. Jeffrey, real talent, really real talent.
Mm-hmm.
And now, what is this move? This kind of makes me feel like I want to be sick. Ugh, I don't know. I mean, you
don't like f6, Simon?
I'm doing a Ben Feingold. It may be a good move. It just looks ugly. It may be brilliant. Okay, pawn takes d6, e5. So this is, I mean, I'd be very tempted to whip that one off as well. And anyway, this I'm assuming theory, black faced by queen d5. I mean, I don't know. Queen b6, trying to win that pawn.
Yeah, and I'm guessing white has to. Okay, I assume that white would try to defend that pawn with all.
Yeah, is this theory? I mean, I'm not an expert on this variation, but this is a really weird position. I mean, for example, if black takes on d6, white can at least play rook d1, and you've got this problem with your bishops here. They're getting in trouble if you take with the queen on this square, which might have been an idea. Well,
I think
black has to worry about queen takes here, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's trying to get the queens off. If I was black, I'd also be trying to get the queens off because your king is stuck in the middle, white's castled, and it will take you a lot of moves to ever get your king safe. Now, I'd be very surprised if white changes queens here, yeah?
Yeah, I would be very surprised because there's knights on f3 and especially the one on c3. They're just not well placed.
Yeah.
And I can see that the black king on e8 might not be safe in a middle game, but certainly safe in an end game. And it just, yeah, so white has to keep the pressure on. So, okay, what kind of moves will we expect?
Well, I'm thinking, I mean, queen d3 looks like a good move to me.
And now perhaps you can take on d6.
Now you just take on d6. And I don't want to exchange queens. I see.
No, I mean, I've forced the queen backwards, so.
Let me just have a think then. I mean, I don't mind sacrificing this pawn if I can open it up. Let's try queen b3. It's another square.
Yeah, okay, so now I can take your pawn.
With the bishop maybe, yeah?
Yeah.
And do I have any play? You're quite solid here. Maybe f6. F6 just looks so horrible, but it actually makes sense.
I still don't have a safe space to Clark to get my king to safety, but you know, details.
Nothing I could do, Jovanka, is okay. I could go rook d1 here and basically say, all right, you're going to get the queens off, but I still have my knight traveling into your position. It's not too tragic.
I think I like that one the best, actually.
Yeah. Let's move on because so far, brilliant games. Now, this one is a game between Ria and Annie Wang. Is that an American champion? Is that right? Or am I thinking of someone else?
No, I think she is American champion, actually.
Very
Yeah,
strong
this is the
player.
junior under 20 board.
Oh. Now this position looks like a fairly White's played very solidly. Keith Arkar would love this position where he's got 4 versus 3 and potential of a minority attack. Good bishop on g2, bishop pair. White's slightly better here. I mean, this one's a lot easier to assess.
And you've got this potential of going e4, e5, and f4, and just advancing on the king's center, really. So yeah, I mean, with the bishop pair, I think White has some nice long-term advantage.
Yeah, I got that mixed up. I'm not very up with American chess, but it's Jennifer Zhu, isn't it? Who's a champion.
Okay, Jennifer Zhu. But I do remember Annie Wang did very, very well. She got into the playoff with
she got in the playoff. Yeah. She did very well, didn't she, for her age, and she excelled in it. But
yeah, she did this fantastic tournament. I remember it was a playoff or something. Yeah.
Okay, now another game. Zukova versus Anna, and e4 just being played here, which looks like a nice break to have, where White is trying to come through the center of the board. Looks slightly better for White, I would say. I mean, this is normally a good break to play, and if Black ever has to take here, then White is guaranteed a bit of a better pawn structure because of these central pawns. Bishop, very nice. So e4 looking like White should be happy after e4 in this structure.
I agree. White is definitely doing, or has a pleasant position at least. What about there's another female player board that we've missed?
There's one more, and it's this one here. So another very strong up and coming player, Carissa Yip, and against Osmak. This position a4 now on the board. Again, pretty even at first glance, I'd say. Both sides seem to have maybe got ideas in that they wanted to get in knights on good squares. This move played to undermine the position on the queen side, and if you can ever get this kind of exchange, White would be very happy generally, as long as you don't lose b2.
Then you're just trading weaknesses. So but I agree.
Well, I don't think you can't take that because of d7 and
yes, of course, the rook.
These pawns are very strong against this one. So it's maybe I slightly prefer to be White here unless Black has some good move. Can Black play b4 be the way you want to meet it?
This is what I was just thinking just now. I mean, if I play b4, then and if there's an exchange on b4, then I can just see a situation where this one pawn on a6 or a5 is holding back these 2 pawns, and then you could kind of say, well, that one pawn is doing a fantastic job, so therefore I will shift all my energy into mobilizing my own pawn majority on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, this type of position here would favor Black in the same way. You have 4 pawns versus 3, and like you said, these 2 pawns bad, as we just saw. If we just jump over to the pawn structure in the other game, this one here, where you have 4 versus 3, and these 2 pawns have great chance to cause issues. Now, I think we have to go to Sam's game.
I was going to say, let's head back and check up on what's happening, because, wow, it was really exciting when we left it. We'd seen it be a sacrifice.
And now knight to f2 played, and here another move that opens things up, g5. This is phenomenal stuff from Sam.
This is such energetic play from Sam.
It is, he's literally sacrificed a piece, but all of Black's guys, they're energized, they're energized. They're playing with so much potential, and you can see that. We might all have to buy his course after this game. He's looking very confident there as well.
I was going to say that. Yeah, I mean it's looking brilliant, and I'm just look at the. Like, we don't use engines at all, but all we can see is the slider, and the slider is liking Black. So let's work out what happens after pawn takes. Just say I get greedy and I'm like, pawn takes pawn.
Well, I'm assuming I will keep the energy going and take on f2, but I haven't worked this out.
Okay, so let's try it, because
let's try. Rook takes f2.
Rook takes f2 looks very natural. Rook takes rook. Bishop.
And now simple move is bishop takes f2, but you should probably also consider other possibilities as well. But bishop takes
Yeah.
f2 is key.
Bishop takes f2, and you just, I mean, you're not even material down, right?
You're not. And if queen takes f2, this bishop's then dropping. And you
Yeah.
can see that white has a really disgusting position. All his pieces kind of separated. Bishop on b7 will win the game in this one.
So
I mean,
let's go back.
there might be
something better.
Might be something better, yeah. I mean, rook takes f2. Again, this is one of those positions where, look, if you're going into a sharp stuff like this with white or black, it's less about general principles and more about actually memorizing, knowing the computer lines. Yep. And a lot of games are now won nowadays by knowing your theory very well, which I think Sam is doing here. He's bringing out his big novelties, or maybe they've been played before. I'm not even sure. Yes. So rook f2 looks natural. And now after rook takes f2, is there anything else that Sam can try here? Because you've got knight e3 as well. Knight e3 trying to do something like this. Yeah. Bishop takes e3, bishop takes e4. This kind of move is something to consider. So, okay, so we have some more moves. Rook takes f2, rook takes f2, and he's just gone bishop takes f2.
Bishop takes f2, yeah.
Simple is good, yeah. Simple is good.
Simple is often the best, isn't it? You don't really want to be having to play like a 2800. No. So I like bishop takes f2. The material has been recovered, and they do say that's the secret ambition of every gambitier, to win back material.
Yeah, or checkmate. I'm not sure. I don't really care for material. Just checkmate the king. You know.
But
I'd rather checkmate than win my material back.
Well, okay, okay, right, Simon. So if you had a choice, potential chance of checkmate or win back your material and be okay, which one would you choose?
Depends how potential the chances.
Potential. You know, it's not clear.
You can't say. If I thought I had if I thought I was favourite to checkmate, then
because of course, you know, between winning back material or checkmate, we always choose checkmate, right? But I mean, if you choose to continue your attack, and maybe it's going to end in checkmate, but you know, who knows? Or win back your material.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if I had a choice between getting the material back, retaining a good position, or playing in a murky way that I wasn't sure what's going to happen, I'd always win the material back. Yeah. You're right, because you shouldn't risk it too much. But I mean, you know, that situation can change, can't it? I mean, if you're quite confident in your attack, then you know you've got to have a bit of confidence as well, I suppose. And by the way, we're being told that maybe the new move here was on move 26, knight to f2. Maybe this was the first new move, but already by the stage, Jovanka, it's looking very, very like fishy for white. And just catching up, bishop d2 played. Sam, it seems, has a fantastic position. Can Korobov hold on by making exchanges with rook to e1, something like this?
I think Korobov has to try to eliminate some of the major pieces like rook e1. I like that. I think because, you know, the black king, you know, white's king is in danger, but so is black king. Black king's not entirely out of the woods. So
I mean, I think we can see we don't use computers here to analysis. Obviously, this bar I do also find quite annoying, I have to say, because it can judge your thing. But if we just look at the position, I think it's been very easy to see if you have a good instinct in this kind of position. When Sam did sacrifice the piece, look, he's obviously prepared it, so we know it's good. And if you just look at the pieces on the board, look at black's pieces, they're all attacking. You can tell straight away, good compensation. You don't need to really even calculate so much. But like say, Jovanka, if white can get some exchanges in, they might take a bit of heat off the position.
Yeah. Well, perhaps he needs to do some counter threats of his own.
Like rookie.
But I'm a little bit worried that if I try to go, okay, so now I would be thinking about rookie one.
I think you have to go rookie one.
I think I have to go rookie one, right? Because rookie two is happening.
So rookie one is the only way to swap some pieces off, try to take some of those pieces out of the position. Yeah. And if you know, if the rooks get exchanged and everything like that, then it's going to be all right for white. So black would have to think of something clever here to keep that initiative going. I mean, it might be, maybe Korobov's
not even that easy, even if the rooks were off, because I mean, This black is basically an extra pawn in an endgame, because this g5 pawn isn't as good as this pawn on c5. I mean, the endgames are all about like creating passed pawns and or checkmating. But yeah, and I just see that it's very easy for black to go c5, c4. So like, it's something that I have in the back of my head, that an endgame isn't necessarily.
But he's gone into the ending.
He's gone into the endgame. Okay, so
yeah.
now we're going to see.
I mean, it's not, this is kind of a risk-free way for Sam to play. I don't know if there's anything. It's a bit disappointing when you seem to have such a great initiative and you go into an ending. I mean, I would have thought with White's knight sort of having potential to come back into the game, this is a good chance of White to hold. I don't know if it's it's some chances. At least I got rid of the queens.
I don't know. I don't know whether you have great chances to hold, because I'm super quick. I was just going to say with c4.
Just shoving this one through.
Yeah, just push him.
Yeah, yeah. It is worrying pawn. It certainly is a big pawn.
As one big pawn that's working its way. Shall we have a look at some other games?
Yeah.
Because this is very exciting. Let's go to Wesley.
Chucky, yeah?
Yeah.
So we're around here, and Chucky had just castle kingside, and now very interesting. Wesley So picks a very aggressive plan, and the aggressive plan that Wesley So picks is this castling queenside. So when you have castling opposite sides of the board, it's going to lead to a very exciting tactical battle. Knight d5. The knight is looking for some squares. Knight f5, queen c5, and you have to watch out for some sacrifices here. So White just secures that one, and now Black sacrifices the pawn there. Maybe a pawn is not so important if you can get attacking chances, but is Black going to be able to generate any attacking chances? The queen's come off, you're a pawn down. Where are Black's attacking chances? To me, I don't think it's enough for a pawn sacrifice this, because the white king is safe. I mean, the only thing you can try is something like rook takes a2, but then knight takes f6 is horrible, because you can't take the knight, your rook drops, and if you take with a pawn, your king is much more exposed than the white king, which can always block with bishop to b1.
Yeah.
So what is Chucky's idea after knight to e4? Both players already losing time in the position. Here, I would take white here. Jovanka, would you agree with that? White's doing okay?
Yeah, definitely. I would take white. But it does also at the same time remind me of a Caro-Kann, like a mainline Caro-Kann, where everything has gone right for Black. But I agree with everything you said, though. White's pieces are just very well placed.
They seem to be, don't they? And it is a pawn at the end of the day. The danger when you're a pawn up is, when there's a lot of pieces on the board, maybe it doesn't matter, but you've always got it in the bank. So you can always welcome exchanges, because any ending, you're a pawn up. So it just gives you that extra security. So shall we go to each board, spend like 10 seconds, and we can try to do a quick
I just had a quick look at some of the games in the Azerbaijan against Poland match, and it does look like it's quite evenly balanced, although in some games it does look like things are swinging in Poland's favor. So exciting battle there, because we have 2 matches that we're trying to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I can try to bring them up, but I don't know how easy that
will be. I mean, I think Poland at the minute have the edge, but still everything to play for.
Yeah. Okay, so this one, Wesley So doing okay. Now there is a draw.
Result, Simon.
We do. Draw. Jeffrey Jean versus Kirill. Kirill's f6 worked okay. Draw. Good result with the black pieces for Kirill. He's playing very well.
No.
Now, Wesley, I'm going to put Wesley down as a win. So 1, 2 thing. This is just me having a guess. I'm not looking at the computer bar. This is we're going to current positions. So, and the times are getting quick. This one, whoa.
I like Black.
Black has
That's
pressure.
Only because I like cheap threats, and I can see h3 coming. I'm thinking, oh, that looks a bit scary.
This one could go either way.
To be honest, though, I agree with you.
This c-pawn is scary.
C5 is really strong.
So I'm going to say draw there. I'm just going to put it up there. I mean,
I'm going to say Black.
Now, Sukova has got the slightly better pawn structure, a bit of pressure, but black's very solid here.
Yeah.
What would you say? Draw?
Again, I think Anna Satonsky is doing more than okay.
She's definitely a little bit better. So that one's is very close to be seen. Shankland, he managed to see, as I was saying, I mean, the board is opposite colored bishops, and okay, if you can stop this pawn, and now you can always even try sacrificing at some point. We could see bishop and knight versus king for the thing. We get this position here where, of course, there's this threat of the pawn coming, but there's a lot of materials going. So even if you do, somehow there might be a way to re-sacrifice some material. I don't know. I mean, this could be a win for Shankland, but I'm going to go draw. I'm going to say that Korobov's going to hold this one. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. I mean, I can... And also, just one kind of point out, and I know it's a long way off in the future, but black does have the wrong rook pawn.
Yeah.
So it's on the wrong color. It's going to queen on a dark square. So, and that's a long way away. I can understand, but sometimes these small things give you hope.
I mean, there's some quite clear cut lines. Okay, so this one is just trying to go knight f4. Get a clear opposite colored bishop ending. If you can get those knights off.
Let's do, yeah.
This is okay. The last game, I think it's going to be a draw. Every game very tight, and this one is with b3 just being played here. Fairly.
Wait
even.
1 second. So what's happening after?
Knight takes e3.
If I were to take, if I were to take anything.
Yeah. So I have to take back, and now you take here, and here I'd go probably rook d3, and I'm.
Yeah. And if I were to take the other way, if I were to take the bishop.
So if I was going to take the bishop now.
Yep.
Okay, I have to take the knight.
And now I'm going to go rook e4.
And this is a better try because you want to get your rook behind the passed pawn.
Yes.
But my king is coming quick, so I will go, for example, rook c1, rook takes c4, and now rook c2. And I feel I should be fine here with white because your rook can't move without me taking pawns. Should be a draw.
I can play rook a4, but you take on c3.
I'd take this one, and this position it is certainly a draw technically.
Yeah, in fact, actually, I think they say that white has the better chances.
Yeah, white does in these things because you can get your rook behind the pawn and then slowly push these guys, but of course it's a draw.
Yeah.
So really just a very close match. I mean, did we even know who we think's got the edge at the moment in this match?
I guess it's going to boil down to time. So if we go back to the Wesley So game, because and
we had bishop g4, rook c8, queen e5, knight takes e4, and it's getting quite tactical. Knight c5 here, and Chucky is down on time as well in this position with knight c5 playing. So remember, Wesley So a pawn up here, but it's always a bit messy when there's opposite side casting.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to point out if white were very careless, and I'm sure Wesley will not be so careless, but if he just made a random move like h3 or something like that, then you have knight takes bishop check. And
this would just win this one.
Yeah.
Rook takes probably even better.
Yeah.
We have another result. Okay. Another draw. So we have two.
Oh, but we have a decisive result, right?
No.
That's a different match. Hang on,
different match, which we're not really have much time to look at the moment. We're trying to look at those in the end.
So basically, the decisive result that I was talking about is that Duda has.
Oh, he's beaten Mamedyarov. Great result for Duda with black pieces. So
Mamedyarov,
So Poland are going in the lead in that 6-game match. Poland versus Azerbaijan, and Mamedyarov is an incredibly brilliant player, but Duda has beaten him. Has been a draw there, so it's 1.5 to half out of 6 in that game. 2 draws in the American match. Let's go back to see if Sam is actually making any progress. He's gone c2, forcing bishop d2. The only way to save that pawn. Knight b4, and he's got this idea: knight f4 check, king f5, g4 check, king e4, and it's getting very tactical. It's always
Yeah,
been
it's a race,
tactical.
isn't it?
I mean, I say getting tactical. It's just a tactical mess. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so
Um,
what happens if you?
oh, we have a result. We have a result. Wow. This
Okay.
ended quick. This ended quick. This ended very quick. America have gone one up. USA gone one up after. Didn't blunder the way he said, did he? Knight c5, rook
No,
d1,
I didn't think so. Rook d5. I
rook
just
e8,
wanted to point out this out that
queen d4. But this is now bishop e6
but he's
and
just played rook g5. No, hang on.
rook g5,
Rook
and
g5. And then you
Ivanchuk's
can't
run out of
stop.
time. He's
He's
run
just
out of
run out.
time.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's quite
Oh.
known for running out of time. But I mean, you have to probably play g6 here. It's the only
g6.
way to stop mate, and just hope your
Wow, this
chances
could
here.
really cost
Yeah,
Ukraine,
it's
actually.
been flagged. Still a very complex position, and
Yeah.
Ivanchuk, this has happened to him in the candidates in London when he was trying to qualify for the World Championships. He ran out of time in like 3-4 games. It's really exceptional. So America one up with 3 to go. Yeah, one up
Yep.
with 3 games to go. If Sam can win, then it will guarantee at least a draw in the match. But what about this one, which we thought was heading towards a draw? Is it going to be a draw? More exchanges. It actually went the way we said. And I would imagine that this is now.
Well,
Oh,
I don't know.
what
Black
happened
is
there?
pawn up.
Well, yeah, this is a really, this has gone quite badly wrong for white. White. I think King d3 is an error because you leave f2 on pre,
Yeah.
and
But otherwise, I mean, the problem is that Black was going to go King to c6. I think,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I want
He
to
needed to go Rook c2 and then King d3. But
do it a bit slowly because
yeah,
now,
but King d3 is a bit hasty. Yeah.
because
Well,
here,
but even so, perhaps you should have played Rook c2 as opposed to taking the pawn.
yeah, rook c2 here is not so bad. I mean, but then
Oh,
rook
but then Rook
a3
a3.
is a problem. Yeah, which makes it a bit more complicated. So it was, yeah, so brilliant play from Annie, who's given herself some winning chances in what looked like a drawn position. And let's again, the time's getting so short. We should get up to the current situation. And with these 2 passed pawns against white 0 passed pawns and an extra pawn, this is looking very good for America now. America, I think, are going to win the first leg. In the Poland-Azerbaijan match, we've had 2 more draws and we've had a result.
Yes, and the result, Azerbaijan have drawn level. So
Yeah, it's all leveled in that one.
On the bottom board.
Let's have a look at the 2 games remaining in the Azerbaijan match. This is a big one, Radoslav versus Ralph Manzov. And at the moment, Radoslav is the exchange up and he's grabbing pawns here. So it looks like Poland have good chances to win this one. And the other game is key. And it does also look like Poland are doing well. There, the piece up. Yeah,
piece up. Yeah. Okay, so that's it. So Poland will be winning their game against Azerbaijan, which is a little bit unexpected, actually.
Yeah, I think they've now won as long as in this game Black doesn't win, and Black is getting the worst of it here. Lots of pieces being swapped off, so it does look like Poland are doing well. Back to
They're doing very well. Yes, they have guaranteed a draw at least. So
and now, well, America are taking charge of all the games here. This one was looking very messy, but all of a sudden White has won a rook somewhere. Let's see if we can find out where. It looked okay for Black.
Did look okay, yeah.
White starts to use those rooks, come into the position, and it's game over.
And then we have a result. So White has won, yeah.
America are through. America are through this round anyway. Well,
yeah,
obviously
they've won this leg. So.
And can Shanklin win? Let's have a look here. Well, it was getting very murky, and we looked at this as the last position, and now Shanklin wins a piece, but this pawn seems to be coming through, and it does come through, forcing Shanklin to give back the piece. And now, if anything, it's White who has some chances, but
Well, I'm
not
not
many.
sure because Shanklin is going for the A pawn, and
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it should be a draw, but if
yeah,
anyone's gonna,
it should be a draw. Yeah, it's like a knight c6, and
White can try. Yeah? So, I mean, not for long, but you can try. I
should
mean,
we
this
have a
pawn.
look at the remaining game from the Azerbaijan-Poland match? Okay, so that's a draw, and so USA have won the first leg. So let's have a look at Wojciech against Mammadov. Okay, so it does look like that game is going to finish. Yep, and Wojciech won. So Poland have also won again the first leg.
Is this one of the guys? Is this Wesley So? Is he getting? I think Wesley So's playing a bit of bullet chess in between rounds. Is that right, or is this the second game?
No, this isn't the second game. I think he's just playing bullet chess.
So Wesley So is playing an Olympiad. He's just beaten Ivanchuk, and he decides to have a quick game of bullets just to warm up.
Probably just to relieve the nerves, to relieve the tension. Yeah. But it reminds me of that time in Gibraltar, I think, where Ivanchuk lost very quickly to Sandipan, and after Ivanchuk wasn't interested in analyzing the game, he just wanted to play some bullet games against Sandipan, just to kind of, I don't know, prove something or just relieve this tension.
Yeah. So this is the last game remaining,
Okay.
and a couple of things are clear. So just to let you know what's happened, it's all quick, it's all fast. You have to keep your eyes on the screen as well as we do. Just if you blink, something happens. That's how quick it is when we're doing 12 balls. But America, USA have defeated one of the real strong teams, Ukraine, who beat China in the first leg. So America just need to draw or win the next leg, and they're through to the semi-final. Ukraine need to fight back. In the match between Poland and Azerbaijan, Poland won that leg, so they're also going to be favourites at the moment. Azerbaijan need to come back with a win. This is the last game remaining of the round.
Yeah, but I think it's an easy. Oh, I was going to say it was an easy win after e4. But okay, I think it is still a very easy win, because it's you forget about this a3 pawn. You just concentrate on pushing the e4 pawn, e5 pawn.
Very easy win. Yeah. That pawn's coming. You can just support it with your king, pawn and king. Very easy. This king can't help the e pawn.
No, I mean
the a pawn. So very easy. Just bang, 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 bang.
Just keep marching it up, and then the rook will come and abandon the a3 pawn at the right time, and then just create some shield for some cover for the king.
So it's actually, I mean, it was a very close match at the start, but if we actually look at the scores and how it developed, then America really took control. USA came through, took control at the end of the game, and all their players in equal position, they're all pushed and they all just did what they needed to do. So very convincing in the end, very convincing from America against a very good team. And okay, we can see that Annie, I'm sure, is pretty confident in the camera there that she's going to win. This is quite an easy win. You can even do the old bridging maneuver, which black might do. Bring the king up.
Yeah, I think it's just going to go rook to d4 or f4.
Yeah.
or if you or if you want, okay, she's going to go for king f2.
Easy win.
Yeah, okay, and I think we're going to see white give up.
This is one of those ones you all should learn, even without this pawn. Imagine that's not on the board. How do you win this? Well, you bridge with the rook at the right moment to stop the checks, and then your pawn will come down. That is the last game. So, well, very, very exciting. The second round will be coming up at some point, reasonably soon.
On the hour. Yeah, but it was a very comfortable performance by the USA. I mean, despite what we thought there might be close match, in fact, I thought maybe Ukraine would be favorites actually, because Shevchenko was playing so well, and of course a team with Ivanchuk and Korobov Osmak, strong women players. I really thought it would be much closer than it was. But yeah, as we saw in the previous game, previous match between Russia and Hungary, anything is possible.
That's right. So we're going to be back about 10 minutes. It's going to be fascinating. Can Ukraine do a charge? Can they get it to Armageddon? I think we're going to see an Armageddon somewhere.
I think so too. I mean, also the question is, there are 2 matches going on. We mustn't forget that there's also Poland playing against Azerbaijan, and Poland have beaten Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan are also in a comeback situation. Yeah, can they pull it off? I think we will. Shortly. I think we've got good chances for an Armageddon here.
So we'll be back in 10 minutes and stay with us. We'll see what happens. It's all going to be quick, fast. Playoff. We think it's going to be an Armageddon, don't we, Jovanka? Somewhere. Yep. Somewhere. Will it be maybe 2 Armageddons? And it's going to be brilliant. Oh, okay. Yep. We'll see you soon.
See you.
Welcome back to the last big match of the quarter finals, or the last two big matches. We have a lot of excitement going on. It's fast paced, it's quick, and it's one of the most important chess tournaments, not online, but of the whole couple of years. The online chess Olympiad, normally taking place in person. About 150 teams were playing at the start of this, and now it's getting down to the last couple, the last four teams. This is the quarterfinals. We're going to have America playing against, let me get this right, Ukraine. And America took the first leg. So Ukraine have to win this one to get Armageddon. And Poland going ahead against Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan have to fight back to get Armageddon there.
Yes. And just a quick kind of mention, just a quick reminder that it's actually match points that matter, not game points. So it doesn't matter if Azerbaijan or Ukraine wins 6-0, it will still be Armageddon. Game points are irrelevant. It's just the match points.
That's right. It doesn't matter at all. America, the match, the Ukraine-America match, it started off looking really close. Could have gone either way, but then all of a sudden America win. And actually the one game we thought might end the soonest, Sam's game, who showed brilliant opening preparation, actually ended in a draw, which was a bit peculiar. Yeah. Now Ukraine needs to keep their nerve here.
Substitutions. One of the great things about this is that you're not obliged to play with the team that you put in for the first round, first leg. So just looking at the pairings, Ukraine have made some substitution, as have America. So the big substitution is that Ivanchuk will not be playing on top board.
Okay.
It will be Anton Korobov. And then Simon on board 2, I'm going to let you pronounce.
Evgeny.
Evgeny Stembuliak. Yeah, I'm really apologies for massacring his surname. I'm very sorry. He's now playing against Sam Shanklin. For America, the big substitution is that Tatev Abrahamian has stepped in for Cursor Yip.
Okay, and we can see that they're actually starting to kick off now already, which is, they're in with a fight. Korobov, big challenge for him here with the white pieces, and they need to win the match. And he's gone for this E3 stuff again, which this has given him a second white, which is interesting. He had this against Sam Shanklin, and Shanklin showed brilliant preparation. And it depends what he plays now, but if he goes C4, it goes back into more normal waters. But if you play like B3, which is one of my preferred ways of playing, actually, you get the so-called collie system. And I think against someone like Wesley so well prepared, you see what I did there? Playing something like B3, I don't normally do that. I didn't mean to, just realized I'm so clever. I'm so brilliant. That B3, Bishop B2, it's quite I think this is quite a cool system to play with the knight coming to E5. I hope he goes for something like that.
It's a bit quiet though. It's a bit quiet in a must-win situation.
It can be quiet, but I think it actually gives you, and he's gone for it. Good. This is the Zucker collie system. I mean, people think it's quiet, but I think it's actually very aggressive, because you get to play F4, you get to put your knight here, and often you go for this kingside attack. So I don't know. It's got.
You won a brilliant game in the British Championships, didn't you? You beat Ravi Harrier.
I used it to beat Ravi Harrier, and it's another opening that Yusupov plays a lot. I just think it gets out of the theory. Korobov's a very natural player. We saw what happened when he went into deep theory in the last round. He got in a lot of trouble. So he's kind of saying, no, these Americans, they know too much theory. Just give me something where I can play some chess. I think it's wise. I think it's wise against Wesley So.
But do you think it's wise against Wesley So? Because I mean, you do have traditional antidotes to these type of systems.
You do, and there's lots of ways where Black can probably equalize, but I think Wesley So, awesome player, very well prepared. You play something that he hasn't got as much experience in, you get him out of maybe his normal kind of positions, and you can keep all the pieces on the board in this line. There's no early exchanges. So you keep the tension and you give yourself chances for a long time. I think it's a very good decision personally from Korobov.
So shall we go down to
Definitely.
Sam Shankland against Stembuliak?
Okay.
You have to remember actually that America just need a draw to coast through to the semi-finals.
Indeed. And in this one, Sam with the white pieces faces well the Perk, the modern system, but he goes now into a d4 setup, and after bishop g7, knight to c3, he's offering the king's Indian defense, but black plays e5, and this is normally met by pawn takes e5, going for an ending, but Sam does this anyway just after a couple of moves, gets the queens off the board and plays bishop to e3, bishop to g4. Bit calmer this game than the last one, Jovanka. Yeah? The last one that Sam played was all over the shop. This is a
that
bit
was
more chill.
spectacular with piece sacrifices, potential attacks, and then suddenly this massively complicated ending. So yeah, definitely quieter. Okay, but I like Sam's position. You know, I'm always a big fan of putting a knight onto d5, and of course having this nice lead in development. So, you know, and visibility to castle as well.
Yeah, I mean, black's moved the king a couple of times. It's doing a little bit of yo-yoing in the middle of the board. The bishop on g7 is not very well positioned because it's looking at its own pawn there. The one advantage black has in this position, if he can get himself coordinated, is the d4 square. White would probably, if I was white, rather have my pawn back on c2, because at some point, if black gets the knight into d4, you can't chase it away with either c3 or e3, a pawn move. Both your pawns have gone too far. So this is black's kind of positional hope to secure a knight into the center of the board. Now, next game I think we should go to.
Yeah, let's go down.
Oh, I like this one. I don't know if it's the next game, but I like it. It's a dragon. I like a bit of dragon action. And we have, well, this is, okay, a new player, Tateev. And I don't know if Gapienko was playing in the first one. I don't think so. Both
no,
new
she
players.
didn't play in the first one, but she did play in the match against China, where she did. She had Hu Yifan on the ropes with some great opening preparation. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting game because actually both players are renowned for their very direct and aggressive style.
And this is the dragon variation, which we see black adopt here. It's supposed to actually not be based on what a dragon looks like, but on a star constellation, I heard. Don't know if that's true or not, but
wow,
everyone's got, you know,
us chess players like to see patterns in everything, you know. we can find a name for absolutely everything. Double pawns, we'll call that that something.
It's true, and I think this is why a lot of chess players are successful in other areas of life. Like in England, a lot of them became stockbrokers, made millions because they started to see patterns in other areas. I don't think if you're a chess player, you're necessarily clever. I don't think that goes. You know, look at me. But you can actually see patterns elsewhere. We see a typical pawn sacrifice here, h5, and this is to open up the h file, and now castles, and there's just this brutal idea of checkmating black along the h file. Black goes knight e5. Black's not going to let white have all the fun, and this is the typical counter sacrifice that black gets ready. Black often wants to like just take that knight, destroy some of the white position, and get on with it. Really exciting.
It is super exciting. But the funny thing is, judging by the clock times, I would have said that, you know, judging from the position, I would have said, okay, fine, white's got her preparation in. But it's actually black who's got the preparation in. She's got more time than when she started. So, yeah.
It's true, yeah, and you know, this is one position, by the way. I mean, I play this a lot, and you shouldn't take your queen here. Taking with the queen is a big mistake because of rook takes c3. A lot of people do this, but you should take the rook, because if you go queen takes, it looks really scary for black.
It does look very scary, Simon.
But black just goes rook takes here, queen takes here, threatening queen a1 check, and queen takes knight. For example, if you go g5, this is like some tactic you have to watch out for winning a piece. And this kind of position here, the black queen starts getting all this counterplay, and black is doing very well. So you should really take the rook, keeping the knight under control. The reason I know a lot about the dragon is because when you're a kid, you're trying to learn an opening, and obviously Tatia, very strong player, knows this. You kind of pick the opening with the coolest name, the dragon. You can't get a cooler name than the dragon. I mean, it's not like there's a lot of weird names out there. The Berlin is normal name. I mean, what's the weirdest name? Like speckled egg.
No, the weirdest name has to be the monkey bum.
The monkey's bum. That's a good opening.
Yeah, the monkey's bum. Yeah, or the fried liver is pretty out there. The orangutan.
Any opening named after animal is rubbish, is the rule I hear. That's what I've heard anyway. We see this typical sacrifice immediately from Gapanenko. So they're going for it. And this is not as strong as before because the queen's come off. But the point of Black's play, Black has a very solid pawn formation, and after Rook C8, Black can play positionally against the queen side.
But just look at the clock times. I mean, it's very rare that you see a player have more time than when they started. Yeah.
Someone just reminded me that the dragon's actually an animal, and that's why I don't play it anymore, because
but you said very clearly, any opening named after that
is dodgy.
An animal. Yeah. Not good.
It's not good. Okay, we'll move on. Obviously I'm fascinated by this because I play it myself, or used to. Loads of fun, but there's other games. And this one is White's playing like Carlsen. I can see already this is a London system, and Osmak against Anna. And Carlsen has played many games like this. If you look at him online, and he puts his knight here, he tries to control the dark squares. Now, these positions, I think, are very slightly better for White because you've got the central control and you can try to start some attack. You've got a little bit of e-file. Black, very solid. This is just warming up.
Black is very solid. But I mean, one thing I just have to say about the Black position is that normally White wants to get this kind of situation where you have a strong knight on e5 and Black has a bad bishop on c8 or e7. And that light square bishop is gone.
Yep, this definitely helps Black's position.
So that helps Black, and
So I mean, we'll have to wait and see with this one. I think it's early days, and nothing seriously bad there. Now, going back to this one with the Wesley So game, where I was quite impressed by the opening choice by Korobov. Let's see how it's developed. And this is the normal plan that White plays, where you can follow up with f4 if you want to go super aggressive. I mean, the club players' way of playing this, I say club players, is that after knight bd7, you literally just go f4, you put your rook on h3, and you checkmate on h7. It's so easy. You know, for example, I'm just going to put it on the board. Black starts pushing over here. Black goes, woohoo! And then you sort of, well, you don't actually take there now. You get rid of this one first, and then you take here. And then you go here. I've won loads of games like this.
And then
happy days.
Then in the score sheets.
But the one problem with playing f4 too quickly, and the one move to watch out for, you lose control of e4. And I'm sure Wesley would have played knight e4 here, and this blocks that idea. Hence why queen e2 has been played, rook c8, and a more positional idea. But he does go for it. Jovanka, queen c7, f4. I like it. It's like a Dutch, Jovanka. We all know what I think of the Dutch. Funky stuff. G6. And this blocking the diagonal, but here come the boys. Knight on g to f3. They're coming this way. He sees a king, he kills the king. Pawn takes d4, pawn takes d4, and the knight does come into this square.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So, and this is the move you play. You get the knight here, and you get that central control, and you can even support it with f5. Black should be all right.
Yeah, Black should be out. As far as I know, if you get a knight to e4, that is the antidote to like the London system, the Poly Soccer Torts, and
all these things. Yeah, this is always a good idea. Interesting way that White's playing though, because he's got slightly nicer pawn structure. Maybe he can put his knight on e3, which should be a nice little square for it. So it's the position you can play.
Yeah, definitely. There's lots of play left, and So can we check out the game against Jeffrey? Jeffrey's on.
I'm trying to find that game. Let's just see.
It's one down. I think two. There you go.
This one. There we go. Got it. Berlin has occurred here. So Jeffrey Jean playing very solidly. You can tell straight away it's a Berlin with this very solid opening. Jeffrey Jean appreciates how strong Kirill is and not playing any risky openings. I mean, the Berlin, what do you say? White's got a slightly better pawn structure because of the double pawns. Black has the two bishops, which can be good later on. In this case, White seems to put his pieces on very sensible squares, but Black extremely solid.
Yeah, black is very solid. I mean, the king has found itself on b7, which I think is a kind of like an aggressive way how to handle the Berlin, because usually the king is stuck in the center. But yeah, let's put in
early days for this one. This is a typical
I mean, it's
middle
very
game.
it is incredibly early days.
Now, I think we have a couple of the games of the Poland match. We'll try to update you on the scores there as we go on. Unfortunately, we're going to concentrate on America as the timing is.
So the big thing that's happened in the Azerbaijan is that Rajabov is playing. That Mamajarov is not playing, and he's been replaced by Rajabov.
Okay, I'll see if I can get some links to the games there as we go on. But for now, we're concentrating on the match with the USA. Okay, we have this game here, the Poland game, all a bit early days. Which board do you want to look at in the American match, USA, Jovanka?
Let's check out the bottom board, the girls under 20.
Which is, I've got so many games up now. We're trying to...
The one that's underneath, I think, underneath Jeffries.
And this one.
No, that's okay. That's
here we go. This is one we haven't looked at. Okay. And well, lots of things being exchanged off here, Jovanka, already. Is anyone better here?
Well, you have to bear in mind that Ukraine need to win this match.
They do.
And they you know, and they play, and there's a very solid start so far. I mean, I haven't seen any promising positions, but okay, it's still early days. Things can go wrong.
I mean, this game doesn't look so exciting. It must be even. They've got, you know, the 3 versus 2, but then White's got the majority over here. It's an even position.
I mean, I can just see a mass trade happening with bishop takes knight, and then bishop takes bishop, and then the rook coming to d8. Yeah, it doesn't really matter which one, and then a king coming into e7, and some big trade.
Indeed. We did see Annie grind down her opponent. Very mature performance from someone so young in the last round of this. She got into an ending, and she won a very nice ending from what should have been an equal position. So she's clearly very comfortable in this type of position. But at the moment, this is not too much to report here. Maybe we can just do an update again so we can see if Ukraine have a chance of bringing it to Armageddon. So this one, we go for a draw. Remember, it's a 6-board match. This one, we're going to say draw, I think, as well, for the time being. I mean... So 2 draws out of 6. Now, this one between Korobov and Wesley So, again, it's finely balanced. So I'm going to go for 3 draws out of 6 so far. It's a lot of draws. This one is also not much happening. I mean, it will heat up. This is what happened.
I don't know. I quite like. I mean, it's to be honest, I'm not really sure, because I can see something. Black will be playing for c5, c4, and then playing some kind of b5 and b4, and then try to get something out in the queen side. Because does White have a threat on the king side?
I think it's, yeah, I mean, I think this is probably quite risky, because White will eventually play like f3 and start going g4, you know, play for f5. And, you know, Black's going to get the queen side play, but when White arranges to move f5, White will generally get some attack on the king side, I would have thought, with the knight
but we're still a long way from doing that.
We're a long way from doing it at the moment. I mean, it seems fairly even though. I mean, it's again very early to say. You take black here. Yeah, I'd probably take white. I mean, I like going for the king side rather than the queen side, even if it's a bit dubious. So it's probably personal preference, but in the balance so far.
Yeah.
So there's not much going on. I mean, the exciting, I suppose, most exciting one was this dragon. When
Yeah, let's have a look on that one.
we got this typical dragon, like they say, ending, and this is a move to bring the knight around. G5, important here not to allow rook h1 and rook takes h7. You have to block that up with knight to h5. And now the rook comes here anyway with the following position. Is white, if white can get rid of this knight, it's going to be disastrous for black with rook takes h7 coming, but not easy to do. It looks, I mean, I suppose one of the points of this move is if black now continues with a plan that started with bishop to e8, which is to try to bring the knight around this way. It looks good in the center. It probably should remain in center, but one idea is to try to take over here. All of a sudden, black takes the pressure off this pawn. So maybe white can go knight e2, knight c5, and now play knight to f4. And
Yeah.
this is like a weird little tactic because the knight's lost control of this pawn. And the point is, if you take here, it's of course going to be, checkmate.
Just to update you, Simon, there's been
Yeah.
one result actually in the Poland-Azerbaijan match, and that is that Vugar Asadli, he beat Simon Gumelats. This was on the junior board.
Okay, great. So the junior
and he
board,
did it with the black pieces. So this is a very, very important victory. Remember, Azerbaijan need to win in order to take the match to Armageddon.
Yeah, they do. Azerbaijan, if they win, it goes to Armageddon. And of course, if Ukraine win, it goes to Armageddon. That Armageddon, really exciting. They pick a random board out of the 6 boards, and that random board plays off 4 minutes versus 5, and winner takes all. So really exciting.
So it's fantastic because it's like a category. You take a category, or you see either the woman, a man, or a junior, or a girl junior. So
yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to now get all the games up. So let me know if there's a particular game you want to go to, Jovanka, as well.
Yeah.
And I will just try to get everything arranged. So actually, we've got the Rajabov game now, and this is a real big game. Duda he's a real hero. He's performed so well for Poland. I think it's something like 8 out of 9 or 9 out of 10 he's got. Rajabov, though, is a legend. He's been around longer than Duda. He's achieved a lot. He should have been playing in the candidates, but he turned his place down. And there's a lot of controversy over that in the end because he turned it down due to the COVID crisis. He proved to be correct with his decision, but then MVL was in, and MVL deservedly can't be taken out because he's leading the candidate. So it's all a bit weird, but Rajabov, very strong player. We're in this position now after c4. The c pawn looking quite threatening, but white has his own trumps with a nice square potentially on d5, supported by the pawn, open file, etc. About equal, Jovanka?
About equal, I would say. Yeah, I mean, to state the obvious, it kind of hinges on the c4 pawn, whether it's a big strength or a weakness. At the minute, it's looking like a big strength, isn't it? Because this bishop on c1 is just not good, and this rook, I really like this rook on b3. It's real. I mean, I can see that's why white's played knight e6 in order to try to play knight to d4 and just chase that rook away. And
we have another exchange of pieces here.
We have another exchange, yeah, but
I think this could be simplified very quickly as well. I mean, you could have white. I mean, if white wanted to, I mean, I think I'd take white here for anyone somehow. But if, for example, I go rook to, you can go c3, can't you?
Yes, that's my intention. I want to go c3.
Because I want to just take here, get the pawns off the board. but you go
You can't quite do
c3.
that now. So c3, and
Yeah,
then now you're going to have to.
probably. I mean, because you got knight a4 as well. If I go bishop d4, attacking this
Yeah,
one, knight a4, and I'm a little bit scared as white here because, yeah, you're taking that one. I mean, I can maybe come around here, but then I'm getting myself in all sorts of pins.
yeah,
So,
exactly. And you've got things like knight b2 check. So I mean,
this hasn't happened, has it? No. Okay, so rook dc1 has been played, and I'm guessing
we
this move
expected to see,
c3.
because I mean, if Rajabov wants to play on, of course he could just go rook takes a3, and I think the players
Draw.
will soon agree draw.
Yeah, this is a move to shake hands after bishop takes b. Oh, they've agreed to draw anyway.
Oh, they've agreed to
Okay.
draw. Okay,
Yeah.
but
So so I wonder why c3. Maybe it was because of bishop d.
but bishop d4, I can just go rook takes a3. So
I think it's
maybe.
actually bishop takes knight. You have to take with the pawn, and now I just go a4, and I'm going to come around here, and it's going to
And
be.
the game is going to finish in a draw.
Yeah.
But okay, remember Azerbaijan need to win.
Yeah. Okay, Sam Shanklin, who played that very interesting game in round 1, and things were heating up. We got roughly to this position. Black is a little bit passive with his king. His king's like wandered around like some drunk fool on the back rank there. Oh, backwards and forward, where am I going to go? And Sam has managed to activate his pieces very well. The d4 square now under Black's control, but he's able to play f4, opening the position up before Black can centralize. Knight e6, and we have a little tactical sequence here. Whoa, this is looking very dangerous for Black. Yeah,
Rook
look at
takes
it.
c7. Yeah, I mean, wow, we're looking at a white victory, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
Yeah,
this.
bishop h, because there's no great discovered check, is there?
No, I mean this is looking a bit scary for White. But wherever you move the knight, so what?
Yeah, and I also have the threat. I also have the threat of playing rook h7, with the idea of going rook h8. Yeah.
Come down here.
And skewering the king and rook. Yeah.
And the problem is, Jovanka, I think Sam played this really well opening up because Black's never been able to get his drunk king, back to bed. He's fallen asleep outside.
No, I mean, I think USA are going to win here. Are going to win this particular game. Is played a great. And look at the time difference as well. Sam Shanklin has 8.5 minutes to 38 seconds.
Yeah, it's true. This pawn, so scary. I mean, it's just one square away from disaster, and Sam is now going to win a pawn back and then use his e-pawn to convert the game. Completely correct. This is going to be a victory for America. So they're doing very well so far. USA pushing Ukraine, and Ukraine not answering, not looking like they're winning on any boards at the moment.
No.
We can have a quick look at another game between two superb players, two of the top players in the world. But this is the Poland versus Azerbaijan match. Remember, Azerbaijan need to win to get into the Armageddon stage. Typical position, Black has a nice control of the d5 square, but White has the 2 bishops, and White can eventually try to start some kind of attack against the king.
I was looking at this position just now. I was thinking this looks like a Caro-Kann, and then I just had a look. Yeah, it is from a Caro-Kann. Yeah, no, I think Black is doing quite well, because one of the things about this position is that White really wants to generate a kingside attack with. It all depends on whether White can get G2, G4. Yeah. So if White gets that, then the position is very, very dangerous. The only thing I would say is that it's actually not ideal to have a knight on d5. You want the rook to be down that square. So, because the knight looks pretty on d5, but it isn't actually doing so much. But the fact that the White's gone a3 means that there's a nice little hook on b4 to open up the position. So I can see a5, a4, and then b4. So I'm liking Black's position quite a bit, actually.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I I can see that with a4 and b4. I mean, again,
Yeah.
opposite side castling is probably who's going to open up the opposing king the quickest. And this break with g4 takes one move. You have to go f3.
Yeah.
Two moves. You have to get the knight out the way. And then
You have to get your
three.
knight out of the way. I'm not sure whether you even need to do. You can even sacrifice the pawn. Like if you were to go g4 and force black to go h takes g4, then you should do it. You shouldn't wait until.
If knight takes.
Yeah, knight. Okay, I'm saying if black is forced to go pawn takes, then simply just sacrifice the pawn. Don't be afraid of that.
Okay, now bishop here has been played. Now, one thing you have to also be careful of, Jovanka, in this position, you suddenly lost control of b3. And
Yeah.
b4, b3 is a standard sacrifice idea. I mean, let's just show it. Against b4, white would certainly want to keep that area of the board closed. If he takes here, it's very good for black. Black is going to come down the A file. So the way you defend, oh dear, what have I done? The way you defend against this is by trying to keep it blocked. One more move, you'll block it up again. But then there's this b3 like sacrifice. And if you take it, rook b8. And I don't know if it's working here, but this would scare me a little bit if I was white.
I would scare me too. I mean, this is definitely things that I would think about doing. The only thing I would say is that as white, I wouldn't be looking at going bishop takes b3. I would be looking at trying to keep that line closed. But
yes. So
white is just so slow. You know, white needs to get rid of this knight on g3. Yeah. And I mean, I think perhaps needs to go knight e4 or something.
We do have one more move. I mean, after Wojciech didn't like this idea of sacrificing the pawn, a bit more of a classical player, he didn't feel the need. He's actually gone knight h7.
Oh.
And this is quite interesting because after bishop h6, I mean, he's given up the exchange. I mean, this is always something that white could have done, but in these type of positions, it's not even clear when the exchange is going to help much because you're opening things up. But white's gone knight e4. And now the white pieces are sort of causing some problems.
They're coming back in. I don't like this knight h7 move at all. To me, it felt like a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it does. It looks weird to put the knight over here. I agree. Now, we should say Sam Shankling has won. Well done, Sam. Two very good games he's played. He didn't quite manage to win the first game, but look at this amusing final position. This is the fun final position. The poor king was totally mindless, and it ends up in an even more mindless situation. All you need to do now is make a knight here and then go knight c7.
You get a double knight mate. Yeah.
Can I just do that for fun? So I'm not. I've got auto queen.
No, you got auto queen, Simon.
Oh no, what have I done there? Don't do that. Oh no, what have I done?
You're in focus mode. You need to hit that little button on the
Oof. Yeah. Okay. So we go here, and then all of a sudden black goes, oh, I'm okay. I'm gonna go a5, and then you go here, and you're like, okay, maybe that's not a good idea.
That's not going to happen. But okay.
No.
Yeah. So. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the other games and see how the situation is playing out.
Sure.
Because remember, Ukraine have to win.
And they're one down at the moment. And how is Korobov getting on? So it was around about this position. And now, let's see, Wesley So is grabbing a pawn. He's gone a pawn up. I think if Korobov loses this game, it's really bad news. Really bad news.
Material, right? So is there any chance for
E3?
Okay, so now E3 is coming. So you have to block that pawn.
Yeah, so queen E3, can't allow that pawn to allow the queen in. And now a little tactic, Jovanka, just bishop takes C5. And
nice.
It looks ugly for white. Everything's kind of hanging now. But rook B1, bishop E7, bishop B4. Time situation, they're both a little bit short. Current position, rook C8.
Yeah, but Wesley has an overwhelming position.
He does. Overwhelming. The queen's now come in. He's also material up on top of everything else. So it's a lot of bad things going on.
So, okay, this is good news for US fans. Okay, so let's have a look at... Let's have a look at the game with Anna Satonsky because
So I'm just trying to find it. Yeah.
yeah.
This one here. Okay.
Yes.
And I'll go through the moves again because I think it might be interesting for people to see quickly how things have developed. And knight b4, the knight. Oh, okay, draw.
Okay, there's a draw by repetition. Okay, so this means
okay.
that. Okay, so this means that if Wesley So wins,
yes.
Is this a decisive? No, they will mean that I have 2.5 points.
Not quite yet. I mean,
not quite yet.
Wesley So, let's have a look. Wesley So is doing very well here. Now, the game between Kirill and Jeffrey is still actually going on. So this is the kind of one where Kirill's going to really have to win with white. I'm not sure where Ukraine are getting any of their victories from on any of the boards. America actually, even in the last match, didn't like they're in any danger of losing any of the games. They've been very solid, very professional in their approach. Is this a potential danger, this ending with the H pawn coming?
It could be.
Time situation not looking too healthy for Kirill at the moment. I mean, black is a pawn up. So black could play e5 and try to hold on to the extra pawn. But again, like Jovanka said, it's not always the quantity, it's the quality. And this pawn here could now be supported with something like rook h1. And it's very hard for black to stop that pawn. There's not really any passed pawns at the moment that white has to worry about. If you end up blocking it, then the king is going to come to g6 as well. So
exactly, yeah.
To my eyes, it does seem that
Whoa, just look at the time. Kirill has 5 seconds.
He's got to move quick.
He has to be fast. Okay, but we know that he was fast.
It's actually equal in material now because he's got this pawn back. Jeffrey's decided you can have that pawn because I need to try and get my rook behind.
Yep, and he is allowing.
Very interesting after rook h1 now.
Rook h1. Now it's a race.
He's relying on Harry. Harry is just like all or nothing, Harry.
Yeah.
You're either a hero or you're not. And he's just going to go, Harry, come on.
All the way forward. Okay, so.
Push it. Push it. Real good.
I think Ukraine have serious chances to win here.
Totally agree. And it's this pawn. Black's probably going to have to give this rook up for the pawn. So is he going to be able to get his own pawns creating some havoc in the meantime? The only way you're going to stop this pawn, I mean, I don't think the king's going to get there in time, is it? Let's say you go h5, king here, h6, king here, h7. No, it's not. So that's a strange move. Where's he going with the king?
Maybe he just wants to support the rook. So now, okay, there you go. That was clever.
He's got to stop the white king coming forwards, I see. And he's going to bring the rook back to g8 now.
Yeah.
This is the only move. Otherwise, Harry does queen. Now the king can come back, yeah? I mean, I go h7 and I bring the king back. Yeah. Very serious winning chances for white.
But hang on a second. How? Yeah, because you have to use a tempo to get to... Yeah, no, you have very serious winning chances.
Yeah, I mean...
So he's checking again. Oh, perhaps this is the idea. This is sneaky. That you just simply keep checking and force the king to go to h5.
I could go to g3, yeah, if I need to. If you check.
Yeah, but if I go to king g3, then you go rook f8.
And you bring your king around in time.
And then I bring my king around in time.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, very nice defensive idea. And
we have another result, by the way, and we'll come back to this one. The other result is black has won. So this has given Ukraine a glimmer of chance.
So
Ukraine have got their first victory in this dragon. The dragon is victorious. Let's have a look very quickly at the end of this game. This is where black sacrificed the exchange in very typical fashion. And it looks reasonably balanced, but the black knight's starting to have a lot of fun here in the structure. And black's, this is the kind of thing you often get in the dragon. Black's pawns so compact, easy to defend, and they start marching up the board. Exactly what they're doing now. This gives the Ukraine a little bit of chance, does it, Jovanka, with this victory?
Certainly.
So we'll show the end, and that is a nice way to finish. Well done. Wesley So, on the other hand, has won with the black pieces. That's a big blow. So currently, I think I'm right, Jovanka, in saying America are 1 up with not that game. This is a draw. Okay. Now that is probably enough for America, isn't it? They didn't. This clever idea of getting a draw.
Yeah.
Has,
No, I was wondering why he didn't try King H5, but I guess that's because King F6. What a ingenious way of securing the draw, because it did look like black was in trouble.
Yeah, he had to try something, but I think Jeffrey has done a great job of defending there. So I think now that means America in the semi-finals. Let's guarantee that. So Shankling has won. So that's 1 point. On this board, it's half a point, 1.5. You need to get to 3, 2.5, and 3. So
and I think there's been a result on the bottom board. That's been a win.
This one is that?
Annie Wang, yeah. So this means that America are through. So let's have a look at the Azerbaijan match.
Yeah.
Azerbaijan versus Poland.
America through to the semi-finals, and exciting position going on here between Mamedov and Radislav. Wow, time getting very short. Black has 1 extra pawn in the position, but that pawn now gone. It looks like the black king has become the bigger target after all this. Being very exposed. Maybe even the rook can now join in the attack, coming down to h8. The queen comes in first.
Yeah, then rook h8 is threatened, and it looks okay. But perhaps I can play queen. Oh, I think
this is very bad, isn't it?
This is bad, isn't it? Because I think you simply just check, keep checking, and coming closer and closer to the king.
Black is now trying to maybe get some kind of perpetual with the queen coming like this. This is his last chance, and white probably calculating if queen to e8 is going to force the win here. Okay, he's gone this way, and he can now even grab this one.
Queen takes f4.
What's his idea here then?
Okay, so now I can go queen takes f4, right?
Yeah, you can always take this pawn with check. Can't be bad.
Yeah, it can't be bad. And then you have to go, okay. Okay, so this is nice.
And if black doesn't have a perpetual, which I don't think he does, this should be winning.
No, he doesn't. Queen takes rook, yes.
Well, he might have a perpetual. I mean, you got check, knight check, so we're going to see soon.
Oh, and then
knight takes a3 check. So
queen f4.
You can go b1 here.
But you can go king b1. King b1, and now
then you try to put your king somewhere safe.
King a1. No, you have to queen. Okay, it's a good idea to repeat just to gain some extra time.
I actually forgot. I haven't got the valuation bar on, but we can see now that
king a1.
You just got to avoid the checks.
Yeah. Now king a2.
And then we come back.
And now he has to go queen c4 check.
Remember, if black doesn't have a perpetual, black is going to lose to rook h8 next move.
Yeah.
And it's b3. b3 is the easy winner, actually. If you go queen c4, you don't play king a1, king b1, because the knight takes a3. And all of a sudden, this may be a draw because of queen b3 check.
Yeah.
But what you do play after queen c4 check is you just play b3. And
what about knight b4?
And after knight b4 check, I think you can just take this one. And after this one, you come forwards. And your king is going to escape the checks by coming up the board.
Yes.
Black doesn't have enough material here.
Okay.
So I think this game's going to be over. Let's just see if it ended that way. And this is how the game has actually gone. King a1. Maybe he's just gaining a little bit of time on the clock. And now he's gone forwards. King a4. And his king is going to go to b6. Defended by the pawn. No more checks.
But wait, yeah. Yeah, now there's nothing. So white won. Okay.
Yeah. Easy
So
win
are we
there.
looking at an Armageddon now?
Okay, so let's have a look.
Put it off.
So 1 to Azerbaijan there. Now we're just going to go through the boards. So Azerbaijan are 1 point up. This one, the American match, USA, we know have gone through. Still USA there. Azerbaijan have won that one. So Azerbaijan 2 points. And now Azerbaijan have won that one 3 points. They just need one more result. And
yeah, so I can see from the chess results, that Azerbaijan have 3.5 points to Poland's 1.5 points, with 1 game outstanding, which means that Azerbaijan have done it. They had taken the match to tiebreak to Armageddon.
Yep, so we're going to have an Armageddon to see who gets in the semi-final, no matter what the result of the last game going on here. The Armageddon is really exciting. You've got to all stay tuned for that. It's and we only have to concentrate on 1 game, so we've got a better chance of knowing what's going on as well, Jovanka. With all these games, I'm like, whoa, chess is coming. But
it's brilliant. I mean, I just like this. You have 4 categories. You have male, female, junior, under 20, and female junior under 20, and 1 category gets picked, and then a player has to step up and play this Armageddon game. There's no increment. The player with the white pieces will get 5 minutes on their clock, and the player with the black pieces has 4 minutes on the clock and gets draw odds, which means if the game ends in a draw, it will be the player of the black pieces that wins the game. So this is going to be exciting. I would have felt a bit disappointed, Simon, if we'd gone through today without an Armageddon match.
I know, Armageddon's great. I mean, we'll just clarify, maybe we can bring up the score. I don't even know what we call it, but just to show who's actually into the semi-finals and who's been knocked out. We'll try to get that on the screen shortly to show you where we stand. But we know America are now through to the semi-finals, and they are going to be playing. Who Russia. Are they playing? Okay, we can see
they are. Russia.
Oh, America versus Russia. What a match. What a match tomorrow. What a match that's going to be. I can't wait to see that one as well. I mean, they're 2 of the most impressive teams. They both went through quite easily in the end, Russia and America.
Yeah.
But we're going to have a playoff, and this is where it's going to get extremely exciting, between Azerbaijan and Poland. And I just want to clarify one thing about the Armageddon rules. It's only 1 game. The captains do not pick who plays. What actually happens? It's random. One of the boards is random. So it could be the top guys. It could be the juniors. It could be any board. And those guys have to hold up the respect of their whole nation. No pressure there. Nothing to worry about.
No pressure there, Simon. It's those categories are chosen by random. It's just a drawing of lots. And that's it. It's the beauty of it all. Can you imagine if the penalty shootouts were done like that? 1
person goes and has a penalty shootout. I mean,
you just have these numbers and you just go, okay, number 10. The person who's number 10.
I know. It would be insane. So we can now say that, well, this Armageddon's going to happen. We're going to take a short break, something like 5 to 10 minutes. Make sure you don't go too far, because you don't want to miss the Armageddon. It's over before you know it. There's no increment. There's another very exciting thing about it, and that's going to decide the other semi-finalists. So we'll be back shortly, 5 minutes or so. Go and get yourself a cup of coffee quickly, and we're going to see the Armageddon. Exciting stuff, Jovanka, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Riveting.
We are back with the final excitement of the day. And it's a biggie. It's a biggie. It's to decide who goes through to the semi-final of the Chess Olympiad, which is the Rolls Royce of chess competitions. Don't think I'd want a Rolls Royce. I prefer maybe a sports car or a motorbike, but you get what I mean. It's one game, one Armageddon game. And Jovanka, do you want to tell us which board has been randomly picked and
Yeah,
the
it
format?
has been, the category has been the women's board. So this means that the players are Monika Sojko will be playing white for Poland against Gunay Mamadzadal. And the format is it's the player with the white pieces has 5 minutes, whereas the player with the black pieces has 4 minutes, but black has draw odds. And much more importantly, there is no increment.
This is so important, Jovanka, because once you've been playing with increment to adjust to a situation where you're getting under 1 minute and not getting any extra time, most of the games we've seen in Armageddon over the last couple of days have been decided by flagging. And that is part of the game. It's part of the process. If you move slow, you're going to get punished. It's blitz chess. But the tension that these two players have, Jovanka, they're playing for the place in semi-finals, and it's all down to them. It's their team looking, their country looking, all you guys in the Twitch chat as well. 7,000 of you.
7,000, 7,000,
7,000.
and many more elsewhere. Can you imagine? Your country's expectations are on you. So Simon, if you were one of the coaches, what would you be telling your player?
I mean, I would try not to make them too nervous. I wouldn't be saying you have to win. I'd just be like, okay, enjoy the game. You're a good player. You know what to do. If you lose, but just do what you're capable of doing and get in there and take them out. So something like that. I don't know. It's very hard. You don't want to make them too nervous. It's going to be a lot of nerves going on.
Yeah.
You can't help but be nervous. I mean, I know I'm going to say Monika Sojko is favourite only because she's so experienced. She's been in these playoff positions before. I've seen her like flag people in similar situations, and I just think that experience will calm the nerves. But of course, it's really random, really random.
Right.
Whatever's going to happen, it's so hard to say.
And the thing is, though, this is a very unusual playoff. It's like, as you mentioned before, usually when you've done playoffs, it's been for yourself. You've just advanced, to the next stage of a knockout championship. That's fine. And if you lose, you just go home the next day in a plane. Here, it's your country. It's your whole team that suddenly get knocked out of the competition. It's a little bit different, perhaps.
It's a bit stressful because, I mean, okay, you're either a hero or you're a villain. I mean, there's no two ways about it. I know if you lose, no one's going to, well, they shouldn't be hard on you, but you're going to still feel that yourself. You're going to feel it. And you can see them now getting on the camera. And, well, I mean, the tension is building. We have to remind everyone the format. White has 3 minutes, black has 4 minutes, but black has the draw odds. So if Gunay with the black pieces manages to draw, the whole of the Azerbaijani team go through to the semi-finals. I mean, it's probably really nerve-wracking for the teammates. If you're Rajabov, or whoever, it's not in your hands. You're like, right, I've just got to watch and pray.
I think that's what you do. You just walk away. You do what
crack open a beer and pray.
I remember when I was playing for England in the actual over the board, and one of our captains really couldn't handle it when we were in time pressure. He just walked away.
Yeah. So it's 5 minutes versus 4. I just to retell the time limit. White has the 5 minutes, and you can see them on the camera. I mean, it's hard to tell what they're going through, but you're going to be a bit twitchy, and you can see that Gunay is a lot younger. I don't know if you're more nervous. Experience should bring you a bit of confidence, but it doesn't always work that way. It doesn't. I mean, would you like to be the person that's picked to play Jovanka? Yes or no? It's a tricky one. Do you want to have a chance of being the hero, or do you want to just watch?
I'd rather just watch, but I guess if the women's category were picked and they said, hey, you've got to do it, then I guess I would take a few deep breaths and go, okay, fine, I can do this. I've got this. I'm excited. I find it's very useful actually to turn. You can actually turn nerves around because by telling yourself that you're excited, because it's interesting. If you're excited and if you're anxious and afraid, it's the same physiological reaction. Your heart rate still increases. So you can actually trick your body and go, okay, if you tell yourself I'm excited. So that's what I would be doing in this situation. I can see that the players are tense.
Yeah, of
They are
course they're
tense.
tense. There's no two ways about it. I mean, no matter how cool you think you are, it's much more tense when you're playing in a team event, because
Yeah.
if you let yourself down, okay, you can get over it. When you've got that extra guilt, no matter if it's not your fault or not, that you're letting not just your team, your nation down. I hope they're not listening to me. This is not going to help
No,
their pressure.
I think we're safe to say that they're not listening. They just have the Zoom call, and
Yeah. So who does everyone think? The game's going to start very shortly, by the way, people. Who do you think in the chat's going to take this one down? Is it going to be Azerbaijan to play in the next round, or is it going to be Poland? Remember, it's the semi-finals tomorrow against India, and you're getting that bit closer to the final. Who's going to do it? Who is going to do it? What about you? Who do you think is going to do it, Jovanka? I'm going Poland, but you know, I'm not in any way, saying I want them to win. I'm just
no.
saying because of experience, I'm impartial in this one. They've both done great, and I'd like to see them do well.
I agree with you. I'm completely impartial. Gunay Mamatsada is a great player. Monica is a great player, but she's a lot more experienced. And I think she's going to have the experience to calm herself down in such a position. So I'm going to go for Monica as well.
Oof. I feel nervous now.
Well, this is the name of the game. This is the whole thing. As spectators, it's actually great when we emotionally get involved in the game as well.
We're in, and they're going for a Slav. And another thing I would like to mention, of course, is it is no increment at all. So you have to play. Look at the tension on their faces. And this is not one of the sharpest ways that White can play against a Slav. White's going for, I would say, a bit more of a positional approach, gaining the bishop pair. And White's going to rely on these guys later on.
But Simon, we've seen a kind of change of tactic because, traditionally White has gone all out for the win. We've seen from the previous two Armageddon matches that, in fact, White has just gone for quiet positions in which they're slightly better and they just keep prodding and prodding and prodding and prodding until someone either cracks or loses on time. Well, actually, in the previous examples, just simply lost on time.
That's it. And the clock, I'm going to say this again, the clock has proven so far in Armageddon to be one of the most decisive things. Let's talk about the position then. So White has offered the exchange of queens, but Black's decided to keep them on the board.
It's a good choice.
Pawn structure, double pawns, are they going to be a strength or a weakness? I can see White even playing a typical French defense move, f3, to try and open up the rook and to give this bishop some life. You need to get rid of this pawn here. I mean, this would be the move I think I'd be playing quite quickly. F3, open it up, try to generate something against the king.
Okay. I was a little bit surprised by a5 because I was expecting Black to actually start developing with knight bd7, perhaps threatening e5. But
I'm more surprised by f4 because, when you put a pawn on f3, you have the chance to take this one after queen c2. But now you're closing the position up. You have the bishop. Should you be closing a position up when you have the bishop? I'm not so sure. Queen to c3, still in the balance, very in the balance. Time situation, they haven't. They're moving quick. They're both
moving very quick. 3 minutes to 4 minutes, so they've kept the. I really like c5. C5, I think, is a great move.
But look at this. Here it comes. Monica is having a go. You've got to go for it. You've got to try.
She's kind of choosing a different strategy. She's going all in for the attack.
She certainly is. But Black has the pressure. Black is holding her nerve very well so far. There could, you have to defend this one. Something like rook to d1, but then maybe e5 and the knight comes to d4. E5, d4, d5, and the knight slips in here supported after rook d1. I think this is Gunay's strategy at the moment.
I think you have to go rook to d1 because...
Yeah, I mean, you can try taking on e6.
Yeah, but then he
to do this. And she's done it. I think you've got to go for it.
Knight takes
Oh,
pawn.
this is a big
This
threat.
is getting
So
wild.
it's getting wild. But black's pieces seem to be good, Jovanka, don't they? The
Yeah,
knight there,
I agree.
lovely. Queen takes f7, and this bishop is such a bad piece. It's really not a good piece. If you put it on g4, you even fail to knight takes g4, rook takes queen. So you have to defend the bishop. Rook to e1.
Yeah. Okay, and you do have the idea of c4, c5, and try to activate the bishop via the c4 square.
Yeah, good point. But black seems to be nicely positioned at the moment.
Okay,
and
so
this pawn, the knight's come in. Okay.
Okay.
Still anything possible, Jovanka, isn't it here?
Yeah.
Anything at all can happen in this structure. Good move. I like that one. Trying to get rid of the strong knight there.
Yeah, I like it too. They have some very interesting situations here with both set of rooks, two set of rooks opposite. They're counterposing the queens. So okay, so now is there? Okay, so she's threatening queen to g4.
I think she wants to, for example, just get the queens
off. Can I
off.
simply take the pawn?
Take this one here. Well, yeah, maybe. Why not? Why not take the pawn? You probably have to try something. I mean, you'd love to maybe sacrifice, but not here because there's always a queen d4.
Queen to d4 check, yeah.
Yeah, and she has taken the pawn.
But that wasn't the way I wanted it. I wanted it to take it with the rook.
This is very risky because you've allowed the queen in without having the opportunity of exchanging it off. Still in the balance. Black has the initiative at the moment. Time situation. They've
2
lost
minutes,
about half the time.
2.5 minutes. So black is, I like black's position. You know, rook to d2 is coming.
Yeah.
And there's a nice coordination.
It seems more dangerous for white. And also, I'm just not liking this bishop. This bishop is clumsy. It's getting in the way. The knight here is a good defender. It blocks up lines. Queen b4, going for an ending, probably a wise choice because black's counterplay was looking extremely strong in the position. Rook comes in anyway.
Yeah.
And maybe you have to play it queen takes queen and rook b5 and go and try to win some ending. Not easy to do.
No.
Black favorite at the moment. A really good play from Gunay. She's holding her nerve at the moment.
Wait 1 second. Is there rook takes... Rook get queen, yeah, that's... Rook takes, queen takes, yeah. And then rook to b5. I like that move.
I think rook b5, but okay, the bishop's come back, trying to keep a bit of tension, maybe going for the e-pawn at some moment, getting out of the way of the position. Time situation, do keep an eye on it. There's no increment. Let's remember, good move. The rook's trying to come down. Good high quality game so far. Yeah. Rook b5 has been played.
Rook to d2. Okay, well now we can... And now bishop to... Now I think bishop will come to g2.
Thing is, if you play bishop g2, it's going to be so simplified. You're going to swap off. And
yeah, but I'm intending just to make moves and flag you.
Yeah, you have to do something. I mean, this is looking like it should be at least okay for black. Yeah. Black keeping the cool, but I think this is the right decision. I think white has to risk it, hoping for rook b3, bishop c4 check, or rook a2, bishop c4 check.
Let's not play for that. Let's not mention that.
Black now getting short time, Jovanka. It's the clock. Once you go under 1 minute, you start to freak out. Oh, okay. Well, this allows this check now when my bishop comes to life. A little bit, not so much, but
I'm just thinking also there's I like rook e1.
Okay. More exchanges occurring.
Yeah, but I feel that this exchange helps me because I can go rook takes e3 and then I can go rook b3.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go at the right time. Okay, I was thinking at the right time going bishop g2 and go on that long diagonal.
Look at the time. They're under a minute. Very shortly. Okay. They've got to pick up the pace. It doesn't matter on the position, really. If you win on time, you win. You can go into dirty flagging mode. And black nicely centralizing. White, I'm surprised, hasn't gone rook b3 yet, but this must be coming soon.
It must be. It must be. I'm kind of expecting some kind of king g3.
Good move. Good move.
Rook, is there some kind of rook f3? Okay,
black is just trying to simplify. Black can swap off.
So 47 seconds each.
Yeah.
Oof.
Now maybe you put the bishop on b5, stabilize that piece and try to move. But okay, one thing that white can try to do is get to the G7 pawn somehow.
Oh no, she's blundered. Knight to
D3.
D3.
Oh,
Oh, she
missed.
just missed it.
Knight D3 would have
Okay,
won
knight D3
immediately.
would have won the game. Oh, wow. Okay, well, what a shot.
But I think black is still in control because of the time, and it's okay. There's not much material on the board.
No,
Black,
okay, so it's 28 seconds versus 36. Okay, but now we've got rook b5. Come on, you've got to hurry up.
you've got to hurry up here. White has had to play quick.
Come on, rook
24 seconds. It's all on the clock, I feel now.
Okay, now the threat isn't okay. You've seen it, knight to d5. Oh, the knights are so crafty pieces. Okay, so and
don't get mated. King d4, knight e6, checkmate.
Yeah,
black is well in charge. If black throws this, it'll be amazing. Black is doing everything, centralizing, playing quickly. The pawn is now on proof. Only chance to do. Time though, 12 seconds. Black's got it. It's all on the clock.
It is. It's 11 seconds against 21 seconds is perhaps too much. She needs to play quickly.
Some tricks here.
And now she's got knight c3 check.
Knight c3 would have been fantastic.
It would have been great, you know. So,
knight c3
okay, oh, look at this, but still knight c3.
The threat is checkmate. She's missed it. She's missed it. It's going to be winning. It's winning.
It's going to be winning. She can't get out of the checkmate.
Checkmate. Unbelievable turnaround. Oh no.
Oh my no.
She's thrown it. She's thrown it away. Rook h7 mate. Will she play it?
And Poland are through.
2 seconds to go. Oh my words.
Wow.
Look at the response on the webcams. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable trick to win and to put Poland through. And oh my words, you've got to feel for Gunay, Monica. I mean, can we just show some of those positions? It was so tense. So tense. But the first one was black was doing brilliantly, but it just got to black. And there was one position where black could have won immediately here. Black played rook a2, knight d3, check, winning the rook, winning the game, going through. Okay, but we can have a look at, you know, this is amazing stuff, but this knight d3 was the first one. If we go right to the end, before we just have a look at the brackets, white managed to get some tricks going in. All black had to do was play knight to c3,
check,
get rid of that bishop.
Get rid of that piece, and would have been, she was ahead on time. Everything was working in her favor.
Even here, Jovanka, she went for a check. This was the way to play, and this. And you get rid of that bishop. You should be able to hold this. Just move your king like this.
I mean, also when you compare the time, it was 4 seconds versus 12 seconds, and then it would have just been pre-move. So any pre-move.
Yeah, anything. Just move your king. Just do it. Check. Keep checking. And she was up on time. That was heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Armageddon. It's so painful. Yeah, so painful. I really.
You know, well spotted to Monica for setting that that mean checkmate with the bishop on the rook, and with 2 seconds left. Yeah.
She won with 2 seconds, Jovanka. I mean, this was a deadly idea. It was her last roll of the dice.
Yeah.
In a desperate situation, you might as well have a punt. And I really feel for Gunay because she played brilliantly the whole of that. And anyway, that's what happens. Let's have a look now at the brackets, Jovanka, because we can see who is playing tomorrow. Painful stuff, but that takes Poland through to the semi-final against India, Russia versus USA.
Big ups there.
Big match. So I don't really know what to say there. I mean, what do you guys think in the chat? I mean, poor Gunay, but brilliantly done by Monica. I mean, tense stuff. We are going to be back tomorrow with the semi-final, and hopefully we'll see you then. Keep an eye on social media, on Chess.com Twitter, Chess.com Facebook for the times we're going to start tomorrow. It hasn't been announced yet. I'm going to leave Jovanka with the last words in a second, but thank you all for tuning in. You've been fantastic in the Twitch chat. Remember to come tomorrow. It's even going to be better. Jovanka, your last words.
Oh, it's been a wonderful matchup, and what an Armageddon match at the end. Goodness me, I couldn't have asked for anything much more dramatic. I hope you've all enjoyed the show, and please tune in. Keep an eye on social media for the exact time. Please tune in tomorrow, and Simon, I'll see you tomorrow.